Call the October 5th, 2021 Lincoln County Board of Education work session to order. And if you would, please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. We do have a need for a closed session. I'll turn it over to Mr. Shatley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11, subsection A1, discuss matters that are confidential in the law, personnel and student matters, and under subsection A3, discuss matters protected by the attorney-client privilege, as well as to discuss the current litigation of AB versus Lincoln County Board of Education.
Motion, Ms. Avery. Second, Mr. Jenkins. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're now in closed session. We're now back in open session. No action was taken. Next, we have superintendent updates and information.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mullen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to brag on the county for a little bit. Some updates and some announcements just to bring to everybody's attention. October, as we talk about every year, is National Principals Month. We have 23 principals and 29 assistant principals we want to celebrate this month. We actually got a chance to celebrate our of the year winner today, and they will come to the board next week for recognition. But our prize patrol, so to speak, surprised Miss Kelly Withrow today at Massey with her recognition as our Principal of the Year. But this is just a month that we recognize all the work that our administrators do in all of our schools for our kids, and there's a lot that people don't realize that they do, and we just appreciate them immensely for the dedication they have to Lincoln County Schools. I also want to recognize Brad Mangum. He works at North Lincoln High School. He's the girls basketball coach. He was selected to coach the West All-Star team for the state this summer at the Coaches Clinic in Greensboro, and congratulations to Coach for that honor and recognition. We also had a very successful college fair for our North Lincoln and West Lincoln for all of our juniors and seniors that signed up. We had over 580 students sign up and attended this event, and I appreciate the efforts by Miss Campbell and Gaston and all the guidance counselors and CDCs to make it happen this year. We definitely will also want to appreciate our custodians. We had National Custodial Appreciation Day this past Friday. It actually fell on a Saturday, but we got a chance to celebrate and love on our custodians. Tomorrow is National Coaches Appreciation Day across the nation. It's one of those chances to celebrate our youth sports, our high school, middle school sports, and just coaches in general for what they do for interscholastic athletics. Also tomorrow, just a reminder, we have parent-teacher conferences. We have a full schedule. Some of our schools are flexing their time to go later. A lot of them have adjusted their times for the week. Virtual, face-to-face, phone, all are only option for parents. So definitely look forward to the results to come from tomorrow. We also had a very successful band competition this past weekend at North Lincoln High School as they hosted schools from early morning to way late at night to compete in different classifications. Lots of success from our band programs here locally. And two last things I want to celebrate. One, Lincolnton High School men's soccer team is currently ranked number 1 in the state in the 2A for soccer polls for the state. That's a lot to celebrate there. Hopefully they can continue that streak. And then last but not least is there is a site out there called niche.com, or niche, however you want to pronounce it, niche.com, and it is a site that ranks school systems across the nation for a variety of information, whether you follow that kind of stuff or not. But you know, when we're celebrated, we want to celebrate it. So niche.com recognizes Lincoln County Schools as the 11th best district in North Carolina. When you compare us to the rest of the counties in the systems, that's a lot to be proud of when you look at all the metrics that they're pulling from. So that's it from our report for this month. Pass it off to you.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Next, we have the Student Services Team report. Dr. Beam, Ms. Kennedy, and Dr. Josh Say.
I will say tonight for all of our presenters and staff, we've got these 2 microphones. We can stand here or sit here, vice versa, but both of these are places to present from.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the Student Services Team. There is a presentation that is in your that we know it's there. Just to recap quickly, the purpose, it was created in 2020 to align Lincoln County Schools student support initiatives, implementation within the regular education support. Dr. Sane will speak about that. The school counseling support, Miss Edie was here, but she had a prior engagement at 7, and so I'm going to speak to that. And then the student services support, I'm going to speak to as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sane. Dr. Sane, excuse me.
So when we came together and created the Student Services Team, we basically wanted to merge together 4 primary domains, and that included social emotional learning, student behavior support, mental health support, and then school counseling services under the direction of Dr. Beam and Miss Edie. So with that, across those 4 domains, there was also some additional responsibilities that we create and oversee the implementation of the Lincoln County Schools SEL and mental health plan that was approved by the board in 2020 or 2021 of July. promote an integrated and academic behavioral framework as supported by the North Carolina department that oversees multi-tiered systems of support, which falls under my job duties, and then ensure that this district complies with the Healthy Child Act through initiatives that we support through our School Health Advisory Council, or SHAC.
So when we look at the mental health support, and a lot of the things that we're talking about tonight and we have in our SEL plan were things that we were already doing. We just consolidated to get them together in the plan that was required for us to present to the state. So mental health first aid, I'll just go over these quickly. Our goal is that all certified staff will be trained. We have 647 trained so far, and we hope to finish that this year. And then we have a plan moving forward for all new staff at the beginning of every year. The DESA screener is a mental health screener. It is for all K-8 students. This is our second full year of implementation for all K-8 students. Prior to that, we did a pilot at Battleground and West Lincoln Middle. And then Ed Plan, we now have suicide assessment module and threat assessment modules that we can complete at our schools when we have students that are struggling. Our counselors and our social workers are all trained to do that, and it is an online module, and it will follow students throughout their school career once it is put in there. Safe Promise Clubs are attached to See Something, Say Something, the app that is on school websites across the state of North Carolina for anonymous reporting, for bullying, suicide, harassment, all kinds of different things that students are dealing with. So all of our schools have a Safe Promise Club advisor, and they are in the process now of getting those groups up and running. This will be the first full year of that. And then securely, you've seen a lot on that lately. I will just mention a couple things. One is we are seeing a huge benefit with securely. Stephen and I are getting thousands of emails and alerts, and they're disturbing keywords, but those keywords are when a health class is doing the topic of depression. If a student goes in and says, "What is depression?" we get the alert. That's a disturbing keyword on depression. So all of our principals at our schools, we have added this to their plate, so they get their school's data. So that's one part of securely. Another part of securely is that if anything is considered high risk, so if a student searches suicide and that's all they search, we get a disturbing keyword alert. If they search suicide, then they search suicide prevention hotline, then they search, a third search could be how to tie a noose. Those three things together would send a pretty high securely 24 alert. We have received several of those, I think 6 in our district. One of them was considered a very high risk, and it was taken care of very quickly. But we really feel like to date, just in the last couple of weeks, we feel like that at least 3 students have received the help that they need based on the securely system doing what it is doing for us. So we are thankful for that. So I'm going to move on now to the part that Kenan was prepared to speak with you about. So she is working very closely with all of our counselors, working on a comprehensive school counseling program based on the ASCA model, and they are aligning best practices vertically and horizontally from east to west. They are continuing with professional development with LCS initiatives. So you will see professional development on zones of regulation. You'll see it on the securely. You'll see it on the threat assessments and the suicide assessments, and that is ongoing behavior interventions and career development with her responsibilities with the School of Tech and CDC.
So on the regular education side, the 2 big goals this year for my role in the student services team is to align behavior intervention frameworks and practices with our academic frameworks and practices so that those procedures are consistent for teachers, so that our academic processes and our behavior processes are the same in a sense of what is required, so that teachers know those processes to get additional support. And then obviously to support our schools with the initial implementation of the zones of regulation, which is an emotional regulation curriculum that we are implementing K-12 with a heavy emphasis this year on K-8 to support, again, our teachers and supporting students as they regulate their emotions, but more importantly, to work specifically with Kenan to help teachers identify the students who need specific support from the school counselors in the building. And then lastly, align our SHAC committee initiatives with the Healthy Active Child initiatives. And so our big focuses this year are the Healthy Active Child to make sure that we are meeting compliance with that legislation, employee wellness, and then mental health of both our students and our staff. And then looking ahead for the big goals for our student services team, again, strengthen the collaborative partnerships between our educators and school counselors to make sure that those procedures are, again, aligned. You'll hear that word a lot, but just to make sure that there is a seamless process of support for our teachers and our students. Then strengthen counselor support when implementing our comprehensive mental health plan. Again, making sure that they have access to resources and that they know how to use those resources. And then partner with our EC department to mirror the behavior support practices in regular education. So if we do have students who we suspect may need additional support services on the regular ed side from EC, that those systems are mainstreamed and that they are, again, seamless so that it's not multiple systems and our teachers may be getting confused in what to do, when to do, and how to do it. Any questions?
I will say, not a question, but a comment, and just in what Josh said there at the very end ties into the why. Why are we doing this? Why do they need to speak tonight? You know, going back through some of the feedback that I got early on was from staff, from community, from board, was the silo effect that a lot of us had just inadvertently created over time because we were so busy and not communicating well internally to make that communication excellent externally. So we created this team model. I've reviewed that with our board before, and we've created these teams. SST, Student Services Team, was our first dipping our toe into this idea that we can create a team approach that builds capacity, that is integrated between different departments at different levels, and it's not singular any longer that one person is responsible for just everything, because we've learned that with people leaving, we need to have a succession opportunity. And so this team approach allows that if one of these guys decides to move on or retire or is ill for a period of time, the project itself can still move forward and do it with adequate support. And that we are, as Josh said, we're aligning our dialogue into one common language that is no longer as confusing for those that are in the field. My plan for the rest of the year is to bring a different team to a work session each month to let you see and experience some of the challenges that they're tasked with accomplishing, but also the work that they have and the value added work that they're giving to the district and helping us solve some problems as a team. So look forward to what's to come for the rest of the year, but I'm glad this group kicked it off since they were the first ones to take it on.
I do have a question. What are some of the top mental health issues that our students are dealing with right now?
In the classroom, it is truly emotional regulation. Our students are struggling to one, interact appropriately with their peers, to also make it through an entire school day. And I'm not a medical expert or any of that, but I would assume that is because of COVID, because they were in their homes, they were with their parents, there was a lot of flexibility in their learning. So the mental health impact is that, one, they're having trouble expressing their wants and needs, and the ability to truly regulate their behavior. And that is why, you know, our focus for SEL this year was an emotional regulation framework to support our teachers as they tackle that. And as I visited schools, that is very apparent that our students are struggling just to get back in the swing of school as we knew it before COVID. So again, from my side, the regular education side, that's what I'm seeing.
And I think our students in the past may not have known who to go to for resources and support. So with Kenan building more robust counseling programs using the models that have been shown to work, they are being able to meet the needs of more students, hopefully to address some of those issues like the regulation, like depression.
Well, that's wonderful. I just wonder, as Lincoln County grows and we have people coming from other countries and different states and relocating for industry and things, how do we deal with like different cultures and beliefs? I don't know if that's a question you can answer tonight, but I think we maybe need to talk about how it may be okay for some people and may not be okay with other people. How do we deal with that? I can see that happening in so many issues.
And that has been a topic of discussion. The approach from the student services team is that we need to prepare ourselves for that dialogue, that we need to make sure that our educators are equipped with the resources and tools to remain neutral, but also embrace inclusivity and different ideas and approaches, but again, encourage dialogue, healthy dialogue between students. And so, because that is a soft skill that they will need in the real world.
Right.
Our global economy, or our job market is global. That's why Kenan has that focus on career development. So again, we don't want to miss the mark on that, but again, we really want to take our time in making sure that our educators are equipped with those resources before we really implement that type of a framework.
And it can be simple things like mask, or it can be how you view one topic versus somebody else. So I was just curious how we deal with that as a school system.
Tim, do you want to talk about securely in you and Stephen's experience? Do you see this more widespread, evenly distributed, what you're seeing, or is it a secondary, elementary?
Right now, we are not seeing it as widespread. We're seeing increase at one high school right now. Talking earlier, out of maybe 10 alerts today, 8 of them were one high school. And so we are reaching out to that high school. Kenan is working with them. I am working with them to find out what else we need to offer them to help these alerts. And again, some of them are classwork, but we don't feel like that one high school is doing all the classwork. So we do see that there's a rise. We do have, all of our elementary schools have had at least one email alert. Our middle schools have had a couple every couple of days, but right now our focus is one. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the new, traffic pattern improvements. Mr. Aker.
Board members, in your pack, you have 2 renderings of renovations to the drives at both Catawba Springs and St. James Elementary. And we are asking that you approve these proposed drawings as we would like to renovate these and make them more suitable to the car rider lines that we have. As you have probably heard in the past, we've had extensive complaints over the years from Catawba Springs with traffic backing up onto North Little Egypt and as far as the 73 intersection. Doing the renovations to both these drives, St. James and Catawba Springs, we'd be able to double stack cars and get all cars off the roadway. St. James, if you're looking at that one as well, we currently have started to double stack, but we cannot double stack the entire length of the drive just because it is currently our exit as well. We have made improvements there, but as you well imagine, when you go down St. James, if you look to the left, riding by St. James Elementary School, there's a ton of construction and new homes going up, and that just makes it more, a much busier highway and safer for us if we can get this accomplished for motorists not to be clogging up the roadway at all. The good piece to this is, when you look at funding, if you looked at the blue sheet, the funding for these projects would be paid out of Lincoln County excise tax. And tonight I've got Mr. Bryant with me, Andrew Bryant, who's Director of Inspection and Planning, and he can speak more about the piece of funding.
Yes, the funding that's set aside for this, and to clarify right now, the initial scope of services with one of our consulting engineers is to refine the concepts that are present. It's a fairly low dollar amount, about $5,600 per site. That would get us through conceptual drawings, some cost estimates for the next phase, and at that point, the real funding piece comes in is how much can we bite off? Can we bite off both schools in one fiscal year to make these improvements? But as Mr. Aker alluded to, this is funding derived from our excise tax from real estate transfers that exists and has been set aside by the county for transportation improvements in eastern Lincoln County. And I like to kind of think of this as off-road solutions for on-road problems. So really trying to help out, just flow along this corridor with North Little Egypt and St. James Church Road, and trying to pull those trips off the road. And we think this is a good partnership and a good use of funds to help out this area of the county.
I think you'll make a lot of people down there happy. Yes.
What kind of time frame?
So the time frame that we're looking at now is if we can get under contract with this project this fall, working through concept, and if we can quickly move from concept to full-scale engineering in early part of the calendar year, engineering complete by mid-spring, and hopefully we would love to hit a summer construction schedule for this. It seems like it's really far away, but that's even an aggressive time just to get to that with all that has to be done there. But I mean, we would absolutely love to hit that, and then hopefully we can.
Will the state be doing anything to kind of help us a little bit?
These are all excise tax
Excise
from
tax,
Lincoln
no
County.
state.
The state will be a review partner in this to make sure that these improvements meet their guidelines. The MISTA program, the Municipal Service Schools Transportation Agency, will be reviewing this to make sure that they meet this from the statewide education program. But that'll be the limits of the state involvement is review.
Okay.
Andrew, on the St. James drawing, can you walk them through where this curves on a property that's not ours, kind of the discussion behind that?
Yes. So there's some easements needed. Those are the property owned by the Clark family and some of their subsidiary landholding companies. They have agreed to provide reasonable easements necessary, and maybe even a fee simple transfer to be able to make these happen as a partner. I mean, if you recall, this site itself was a donation from the Clark family to build St. James Elementary School. They hold the property just south of here in one of their landholding companies, but they have always been a willing and helpful partner for the county, I think for the school system, and this was a very easy conversation. They're on notice as well with the improvements at Catawba Springs Elementary, as they hold some property just north of that site. We don't think we'll need that property, but they do know that there might be a need, and we'll come asking if we need it, but we think we can stay off of that area as we move forward.
Of the school, but it's just little property lines right there in the middle.
There would be a new drive paved from the main entrance to the back bus lot,
Okay.
and then that would be the exit point. That would allow us to do the double stacking all the way down the main entrance, get more cars off the road.
And Miss Avery, that is the conceptual design for that right now. This is what staff has been able to put on paper, but hopefully through this process, we'll look at constructability and other scenarios that we might have missed in review. So that's why it's an important process with this. And we've also talked about some other things on this site to improve other aspects of circulation and parking on site as well that we should be able to integrate into any concepts that come out of this process.
Great plan, both of them. Thank you.
And Andrew and Eric and Randy and myself met with each of the principals last week to kind of just review this concept and the idea and get their input and that kind of stuff. And so they're aware of what you know tonight. They were made aware of Friday last week.
Any other questions?
We will need an action on this next week just to approve the opportunity to move ahead for the county to take on this opportunity to move ahead with this project.
Next, we have the Board of Education election districts.
Board members, in your packet, you have two options for the Board of Education electoral districts. As you know, we are requesting that you review these and select one as being the new districting option. As you know, with the federal census, we have to take action and look at our districts to ensure that they are balanced. And by balanced, they cannot be more than 5% in variance from one district to the next. And in your packet, you have the current district boundaries that were redrawn in 2011 that show data of how they are skewed, showing that some of the districts, like for example, District 1 is 14.89% based around the current census data from 2020. And we've prepared two options, or there's been two options prepared, option 1 and 2, which I'm going to let Mr. Bryan explain and go through those data points.
Thank you, Mr. Aker. The first thing we did is we went through this process as we did in 2010 when we first established these districts, was we looked at the 2010 residency districts for the Board of Education district assignments and made sure we needed to go through this process. So we overlaid the 2020 census data on it. We did see variations that exceeded the 5% threshold that was part of the local bill that authorized the establishment of these districts. District 1, which is that western district, saw a 14% below that threshold. District 5, as you can imagine, in the eastern part of the county, seeing great growth, saw a 20% above the threshold in that. So at that point, we realized, well, we couldn't hold steady. We had to take action, and we looked at district options that were available. And you have the ones in your packet. We also have some supplementary information you can see on the screen. What you see in front of you are what I will call the original districts that were developed in 2011, because that was the first time we had the residency district. So, and we'll keep flipping back and forth to this for reference several times. So these are the 2010 residency districts as were used in the last election. The first districts we really looked at optimization, trying to get as close to as little deviation as possible from one another. And those are these district lines you see here. I'll leave that on for labeling purposes. And so as we flip back and forth, you can kind of see how those change. We can also use another layer we established, and again, we're back to the 2010 districts here, and when I overlay this, you see what is added to those districts, where you see the black outlines around those. Those are the areas, and you see in District 1, we had to add population to it to get it as close to that 17,362 number that we needed. Also adding population to District 2 on its eastern side to bring that into balance, adding population to District 3, and really the biggest part was taking population away from District 5, because that's where we saw the largest area of growth in that area. So you see District 3 and District 4 both encroaching in major ways to bring that really close in. And it's hard for me to see from here, but I know you have this in your packet. But here you see the deviation patterns that are part of your packet, and we were really proud of this optimized approach. The greatest level of deviation we saw from that 17,362 was a 0.12% deviation, equaling 21 persons according to census data. and we only get better from there. So this is what we consider the optimized option 1 that was put out there. And so then we'll turn this off, and then we'll take a peek at option 2. For reference, we'll fall back to the 2010 districts, just for your eyes to have that in front of you. And then we will look at option 2, which is here. And I'll flip back and forth a few times so you can see kind of that variation. It doesn't hold completely true, but District 1 all of a sudden starts looking like Northbrook and Howards Creek townships that are part of the county subdivision structure, even though they don't hold perfectly true. District 2 kind of starts looking like that Lincoln Township, the only deviation being here in that laboratory community area that is pulled out of Lincoln, again, to get that balance. And then you see, again, District 5 having to shrink again just because of the population growth that existed in that St. James corridor, the Webbs Road area, Westport community seeing intense population growth. We'll go back to that other way we look at this, reverting back to 2010, and then looking at district changes. So you see larger chunks of changes. It was a more, instead of building off the edges like in option 1, this pulled in just larger areas of change. For these, but it all still fell well within the parameters that we have to hold to, which is at 5%, the highest deviation being a 2.49% deviation, and that was in the District 5, which, the way we ran the numbers, this is actually 431 persons below that average. So the minus and the plus kind of look weird just the way we ran the data, but we do see that deviation there. That's only a deviation of 432 people, well within the greatest one, which we could have had was 881. Both of these options are on the table for consideration and, my understanding, adoption by this board. I can certainly field any questions y'all have about procedure, process, the metrics that we have to hit on this, but that's kind of sums up my presentation on the matter.
I would like to thank Bradley Putnam for being here tonight too, our Director of Elections. I mean, he's brought this to our attention that we needed to take action on this for the purpose of getting it in time for the primary opportunities for people to run for primaries in these races.
And I've got a calendar invite set for April of 2031 to remember to do this again, because I surely forgot.
Does this give the public enough?
I would defer to council.
Yeah. So you can vote in November. The filing period begins in December 6th, I think, something like that. And so long as if you approve this in November, the Board of Elections has the ability to lay down the map to do what they need to do, and that's what we need to ensure. So it looks like by voting on it the first or second week in November would be sufficient.
So there's 2 options. What if somebody had an option 3 or an option 4? How could that be proposed? Or is this just the 2 options we have?
These are the 2 options that we prepared. I would defer any other questions back to the superintendent or the chair.
Did any of the board members have input on this?
I actually developed the second one with some help, and what I did, because when I looked at the old districts, and if Andrew will toggle back and forth.
I'm sorry, Mark.
If Andrew will toggle back and forth, what I did was actually look at the districts, because we had such a problem with people knowing where they live, that you actually had to call Board of Elections to find out what precinct you're in. So instead of looking at it this way, if you'll actually pull up a precinct map as they overlay from the 2010 voting precincts, just kind of, there's a free website out there that can put them in there. So as you look, that maps all but one precinct was, each district's in a voting precinct, and one district had to be split just to get the numbers right. So, and by looking at it that way, I kind of went along the lines of what the feeder patterns are for each high school. And so when you look at that, then the only district that's split through all the voting precincts in Lincoln County is the laboratory district.
Who helped you with this? Who helped you with this?
I did most of it.
You did all of it?
Not all of it, but I did
did?
most of it. I sent it back to Andrew to look over it, and then Martin Oakes actually did the split district for me because I could do the rest of it, but I did not have the ARC software to split the one district that I needed.
So what if, to answer my question, if somebody had an option 3 or option 4? I don't have an option, I'm just
Yeah, I
saying
mean,
the
if somebody would get
public
it to
could
us.
go- And where could you get access to your presentation, these maps that we see?
This is a publicly available link.
Okay.
Superintendent and the clerk both have access to that, and I mean, I'm fine it being published. It's public record.
Right.
So it can be
I just
distributed.
didn't know
and
where to go.
y'all can look through those. Hopefully I did a good enough job looking through the layers. I will note, like, you've got to so just so if you get in there and look at it, when it pulls up initially, you're going to have this little information panel that pops up, and there's going to be some default layers on. And to the right here, on the left-hand side of the page, you've got your legend, but the most important item here is the middle icon. It's your content area, and that's when you can toggle off between different layers. And just for a brief description of everything going down, I actually think this top layer is an erroneous layer that we added in there. But the next to the top layer is voting precincts that were referenced. Those are the current voting precincts. Those are subject for revision here shortly, but no major revision is my understanding, Bradley. The voting precincts won't see a major revision for the next election, will they? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So those are there for reference. And it goes along with the chair's kind of proposal, and it helps you see the alignment that existed there. And admittedly, in our process, we didn't, because precinct symmetry wasn't a requirement of the statutory language on the local bill. We didn't use it as a guiding principle. We tried to stay as close to the 2010 districts as possible and as close to that target number as possible. So we legitimately ignored a lot of precinct lines.
On option 1?
And option 1, again, there is some resemblance to precinct lines, but we
No,
did
I'm just
not.
saying, is that what you're saying? You tried to avoid, I mean, you split more precincts in option 1 than option 2?
Option 1 definitely splits more precincts than option 2 does.
Okay.
So you have, these are the block groups, again, some basic census geography that are there. But as continuing to move down, there's the layer called district changes, and when you lay that over the districts from 2010, turning the district changes on and off show you that it literally shows you the change and what changed from that 2010 district. Continuing on down, you have the actual districts as proposed. Then you've got the option 1 district changes. You see they're less. The option 2 districts as a whole. There's a basic census population overlay map. You can see that the darker the color, the darker the blue, the green, the higher the census concentration for the population is in that district. And then the final there is the 2010 base districts that we targeted off of. And then you have 2 tables at the bottom that provide the data and statistics that go along with it and confirm consistency with the statutory language that exists.
Can I add a couple things too, Mr. Chairman? One, I just want to make clear for everybody that's watching that this has nothing to do with where your kid goes to school. Because we start talking about redistricting, and they think their kid's going to go somewhere else to school, and this does not have anything to do with that. This is just board members' seats and where board members are. The second thing I want to point out is this map does not change who anybody votes for. It only changes who can potentially run for a district seat. You all are residency districts, which means the person running for the seat must live in the district, but everybody in the county still has the ability to vote for every district, regardless of whether the voter lives there or not. This is not like a congressional election where the voter must live in the electoral district in order and can only vote for that particular race. So every voter in Lincoln County gets to vote for District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, as well as the 2 at-large members. This only affects where people live. One other point I thought, and both these maps look good from my perspective. I don't know where any of you live, and so I don't, and I want to keep it that way. I will say this, on the option two, two things that, because they both look great, but option two, District 5 seems to be your highest growing category, or highest growing district in population. That District 5 has been placed on the lower side, so it's less 431 residents over the district average of 17,362. So that actually gives it a little bit more room to grow for the next census. And as you grow over the next decade, because you won't do this for another 10 years. And so as you grow, that district has more room to grow and still keeping it within that 5%. So that might be something you want to think about. It might not be. Again, both are good. And as far as splitting districts, I only asked that question. There's nothing that prohibits you from splitting precincts, not districts. There's nothing that prohibits you from splitting a precinct, but I do believe it probably makes it a little bit more efficient on the Department of Elections or Board of Elections to not split precincts. Because what that means is, depending on where you live, you walk into your precinct to vote, Mr. Jenkins may get a ballot with school board members in District 1, and then somebody that lives a mile down the road but still lives in the same precinct may get a ballot for somebody with school board members in District 2.
Aren't we all voting regardless of what district? So that really doesn't impact.
Well, I guess you're right. No, you're right. Yeah. That would only apply to electoral.
Who's running?
That would only apply to electoral districts. Thank you. I apologize.
Anything to do with that?
Yep.
Yeah. So it won't be any confusion.
There shouldn't be. You're right.
Other than whether you can file or not.
Correct.
And option one is something you came up with, Andrew?
This was what we considered
The staff?
It was a staff proposal, and we tried to hit as close to the zero mark as possible on deviation.
And it was 0.12,
21 people over.
Max. And option two is your version of it that has 2.1 or something, 430. So
well within range.
And it changes the districts pretty significantly based on the 2010. So option one is pretty darn close to 2010, and option two is going to be a whole.
It's just not splitting any of the precincts other than one.
I think the other thing to keep in mind as we continue to discuss this and look at options and that sort of thing is, and I've said this for a couple years, is it would be great if our lines somewhat matched up to our high school feeder patterns so that people knew who their representative was. Because I hear this a lot, and I hope she doesn't mind, but I'll use Miss Sutton, for example, who lives way out 150, we'll just say that, and has Battleground Elementary, for instance, in her district. And so it's confusing for people, I think, when our representatives don't necessarily line up with what our high school feeder patterns are. Now, I realize we have 4 high schools and we have 5 seats, but I do think there is some ability to somewhat line those up. Obviously, lines may change over the years and that sort of thing, but I do think it would be helpful for the public to be able to say, okay, I live in the Western End, this is my representative. I live in the city, this is my representative. I live in, kind of the North Lincoln area, this is my, and so that's just something to keep in consideration as we have more discussion and talk about this.
When could we open these links up for the public to make comments, or do you do that? I don't know.
This is my first rodeo in this, Ms. Evans, so I'll defer to Mr. Sadley.
So we can publish it in the newspaper. We could ask the newspaper to publish, or newspapers to publish both maps A and B, as well as the links that you guys have done, because this is, that's excellent work. That makes it real easy to kind of see, and we can have that published in the newspaper. And as I mentioned to you earlier, you're welcome to hold a specific public hearing on this. There's no legal requirement to do so, but you could set aside a time at this upcoming meeting or November meeting to have just hear public comment on this particular agenda item. And you're also welcome to have blow up maps or have them displayed digitally, as well. So in the public meeting.
Andrew, before either you or Bradley made this comment to me about just clarifying for those that are on the board, and maybe the lines change from where their residence is currently. Talk about, was that you or was that Bradley? One of the two. You remember
I
what I'm
don't
talking
quite
about?
understand the
I
question.
believe it was Dean, as far as what it does to the next election cycle and how that affects you at this current time.
To ask your question again?
So if we move these lines and somebody is currently in
Oh,
District 2.
gotcha. Yeah,
but
this would
they're-
only affect your next election.
Yes.
This does not vacate anybody's current seat. So if, for instance, Ms. Sutton finds herself, what district are you in?
3.
So she's in District 3 and all of a sudden she's completely in a different district, it would not affect her until her next election.
But if somebody's currently on the board, does this change affect them?
Not until your next election.
But I mean, the way it looks now, does it affect anybody on the board?
I have no idea. Again, I told you, I don't know where you live.
And we didn't look at this either. That was not our focus. We didn't want to know.
I was just curious, because I don't.
So I can't tell you.
I mean, it doesn't cut me out if I'm at large, it doesn't matter, you know, so, but if it's saying if I was in District 4 to cut me out, it wouldn't matter because I'd run in District 5. I mean, let's get real, we gotta make a line. We don't get upset about that, at least I'm not.
Did you have any input in it, Tony?
No, that's the first time I've seen it, other
Yeah,
than
me
what you
too.
got it Friday, did you
have
not?
any?
No, I took it
And I didn't know he
took
made
the,
it, so.
this is actually a copy of the precinct maps, and you can actually find this online. I use davesredistricting.org. It's a free site, and it'll put the 2020 census date on it, and then you can just start clicking on it. It gives you population by each individual district,
I
gives
just
you all the
like to
demographics.
understand, because it's my first rodeo too.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I wasn't on the board the last time they did it, so.
And I want to make it known that, I mean, we did propose option 1. If you don't choose option 1, that's fine with us. We just want to be able to get the data back and the board's recommendation, whether it's option 1, option 2, or an option that's not shown here in time, so that we can turn around and deliver that to the Board of Elections. And then when the filing period starts, they're able to determine residency and they can move forward. So it is a bit of some timelines or some horizons we've got to hit. But again, we have no skin in this game.
How long did it take you to work this options up? Or when did you start working on it?
We started on it about a month ago, but I'll be honest, we spent a day or so, and it was done. I mean, it's if there's a third option out there, it's not like we need weeks to mold the data and get it over there. It's just we built ours off the base geography of the census is census blocks, which is the smallest level that can be constructed, and we use those. I actually think in 2010 we used block groups, which is the next level up, but we tried the smallest level of geography because we wanted to get as close to that perfect number as possible, and that's what we used to build these up. And they do align with the precincts, have some basis in some census geography as well, so you can find alignment and symmetry between those precincts and those census blocks. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other questions?
No, but I didn't know we had to have our own little high school. I represent all the high schools in Lincoln County. I didn't know we had something special.
we
You know,
don't.
that's just me. I mean, I'm west, east, north, whatever, all of them. So I didn't know we had to have a special.
So can we possibly post these options on our website, print it in the paper, whatever you want to do as far as social media, and then have a link that people can go to and leave comments, suggestions, questions for us as a board to consider?
Dean, would we wait till next week to, once it's, I guess, we take action on this, or is that preliminary we can start doing this week?
I would go ahead and put it on the website and see if you could get the newspaper to run it. And again, if the board's welcome to vote on it next week, or you can wait till November to vote on it. And it sounds like give everybody enough time to study it. November might be a better protocol. And this can be tweaked. This is one of those highly technical things that it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do unless you're going to really kind of sit down and really study it. But yeah, I mean, you can ask Andrew or try to create your kind of own crude map and ask Andrew to create a third option, or kind of a variation of one of the two options now, by moving some neighborhoods that might ultimately make sense and to you and have that proposed. So there's nothing wrong with this, and most of the boards that are required to do this are usually get 2 to 3 options. And then if somebody takes an initiative to try to tweak it, you know, the map drawer will try to go in and try to see if they can make those tweaks and offer it up as another variation too. So
Yeah, I didn't know it was coming out till I just saw it dropped in my mailbox Thursday. So this is why I was saying maybe, Tom, just to think about it or let the
Yep.
public think about it as well.
Yeah,
So I would ask that maybe wait till November.
Mr. Putnam, can you give us a time frame that the Board of Elections needs? Do we, you know, is the second week in November, is that pushing you? Do we need to have a special call meeting at the end of October? What kind of time frame do you need?
When did you first contact?
It was since our September board meeting. That's why this was the first time we had a chance to get together.
Census just came through.
Yeah, I don't even know when the census came, because we hadn't talked about it.
The data just had come out right before that September timeframe. We couldn't have
Yep.
gone much
the
faster.
census data came out in September, and you all are also a weird creature. You're one of the only residency districts that this is required. It's Onslow was another one. Yeah, it's required of anybody that has electoral districts, but you guys are a little bit of a odd bird in that sense that you're residency districts.
And Bradley, if looking ahead, November 2nd, we have our next work session. We could call a special called meeting to make action that day, or we could wait till November 9th. Sounds like the sooner the better, but is even November 2nd okay? That'd give you 6. Okay. So we can post it on social media, we can post it on the website, put it in the paper with Michelle and Wayne and John at Denver Weekly. And in that link, we can have a Google form that public comments can be shared, and we can gather those up with Ms. Gates and have that ready for review. And then if we wanted to have people come and speak at the second, we can make that arrangement as well and have all that ready to be processed that night if so choose.
We will plan to vote on this on
November 2nd.
November
November
2nd,
2nd. Okay.
if that's the pleasure of the board, yeah. We just need to do a special call meeting for that. We good? All right.
Move along, request of Mr. Shatley to move policy 2310, public participation, up for discussion. Ms. Avery, you'd ask for that to be added. Ms. Avery? We'd move policy 2310 up, that's what you
Okay, did he
requested.
not want to speak first?
I thought he was gonna speak, it's why.
I mean, I've got my little thing to say.
No, I said what I need to say in
Oh,
closed
okay.
session, unless y'all have any
Oh,
more
okay.
questions.
I was just waiting on Dean to say.
Sorry. No.
You me go first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is dealing with policy code 2310. With the Board of Education as an elective representative body of the school system, wish to provide a forum for citizens to express interest and concerns related to the school system. We welcome all who have concerns that affect us in Lincoln County. Any citizen of the United States of America has the right to voice his or her needs. Nowhere is it written in any policy that they would not be allowed to speak for 3 minutes. Each month, a part of the regulatory scheduled board meeting shall be set aside for citizens to address the board through public comments. Individuals wishing to appear before the board make a formal request no later than Wednesday preceding the regular board meeting. 2 citizens were denied by our board chairman and others. But this to me is unconstitutional in my eyes because of what we did with these two people and didn't give them the chance. 6 people were approved to speak, but 2 of them were denied. And I'm not speaking about the last 10 minutes of the meeting because it was said during the first 25 minutes of the meeting that we had voted not to let them speak, and we didn't do that. Thank you.
Well, if you look up the definition of citizen, a citizen is an inhabitant of a particular town, city, or county as well. So if you do want to change a policy, I suggest that we start with the language and the lingo. Because
Where's
if you
that
do a
definition in the policy manual?
Where's the definition of any of them in the policy?
Excuse, definition of
That was the way
citizen.
I interpret it. Same as she's interpreted it as a citizen, so are we, if that's the case, are we gonna not allow anybody that's not a citizen of the United States? Because we have a lot of children in our district that are not citizens, but they live in Lincoln County, and we educate their children.
They don't speak, parents do.
By definition of what you just said, they're citizens of the United States. A lot of them are not citizens of the United States. So if that's the clarifying that we need to do, I think it's that we need to make sure that we're inviting people that have a vested interest in the education of the kids in Lincoln County.
If they're not a citizen of the United States, are you saying they're a citizen of Lincoln County?
Well, yes, they
Well,
would
where's
be.
the definition of citizen?
An inhabitant of a particular town or city. Or
I'm
county.
sorry?
An inhabitant of a particular town or city.
It's in the policy manual?
That's by
It
definition.
says citizen.
By definition,
Well,
where?
definition of school system's not in the policy manual either. I mean, that's the point. These are not definitions of everything in here. We can add that if we need to. But I think.
Well, I think the clarity is what is it? It refers to a citizen.
Happening across the state of North Carolina, and everybody's gotten letters about it, is that there are activist groups who have formed that are on both sides of this issue, both sides,
So the two
who are
doctors that
paying
wanted to,
people to go to different school districts and speak. And so I guess, while I don't have a problem listening to people speak, we are elected and invested in listening to people that either have children in our school system or reside in Lincoln County. Do we want to hear what the activist from across the state wants to come say to us? I mean, is that what we're here to do? And maybe we are. I'm not trying to. I'm
Well,
just asking
are
the
you
question.
saying the two medical
because we're
doctors-
we're going to open it up to hearing from citizens across the state.
so the two medical doctors were activists?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. And
Well,
our
we denied-
and medical doctors, we can invite them to speak and for us to ask questions of them and for them to speak and ask questions if they don't reside in the county. But I do think our policy needs to be amended to include citizens of Lincoln County, but also parents or guardians of children that are enrolled in our school system, as well as our employees that may live out of county that are in our school
But-
system. But
Are we not allowed, so if there's a doctor that works in Lincoln County but lives in another county, but their children are enrolled here, they're not a citizen of Lincoln County, but their children are here and they're allowed to go to school here under our policy, but we're not going to allow them to speak because they're not a citizen of Lincoln County.
did you say they have children in our school system?
Mhm.
That's what I just said. That's why I think it needs to be amended. If you have children enrolled in our school system, you should be able to speak even if you live outside the county. But the
Well,
doctor that you emailed,
What-
that you asked to come speak, we could have invited them had you let somebody know that you were emailing them, asking them to speak from a pro-mask standpoint. We could have invited them to come and the board be able to ask them questions, but that's not what happened.
Well, those are two additional doctors that we as a board denied speaking to us, but there were two that were actually signed up.
That's the 2 we didn't get to hear because they were
That
denied.
because they're not citizens
Supposed to sign
of
it
Lincoln
week
County.
before.
The policy's up for changing, so I think that's, at this point, how do you want to change it?
Well, I think the key is what the definition of citizen is to me. Citizen of North Carolina, citizen of North Carolina,
Then that-
or
if
the United
that's the pleasure of
States.
the
I
board,
mean,
that's what we change it to, then, citizens of North Carolina.
Or we make it inhabitants, because there again, not everybody's a citizen, depending on what
happened-
definition you use.
We were just surprised when people in the community said they couldn't speak, and we didn't hear it from our own
I mean, what about
board.
people
And I think
who-
that's what,
Or
and then
maybe-
that was the confusion on the policy, and then
What
That's
about
what I'm saying.
people
That's
Let's
what
fix
who,
the policy so we can have it correct, so we just make it
what about people
community
who
members.
work in Lincoln County and interact with and treat children and adults in Lincoln County, but they live in a different county? So, I mean, that's basically what we
So
denied.
are we gonna ask Mr. Putnam to allow them to vote in Lincoln County as well? Because we're elected by the citizens of Lincoln County to run this school district. And I think that's
I
the
don't-
issue at hand is as you read that policy, as the Board of Education, it is an elective representative body of the school system, provide its forum for citizens to express concerns. So we're elected by our citizens. And I think that's when I read that, that's my interpretation. So if we need to change the policy, we need to change the policy to be all-inclusive, to take away, so let's just make it, anyone can speak to the board according to the policy, and then it's anyone. If that's the pleasure of the board, we can change it. That's not the issue.
Let it go. Let's get it started. If you want to change it tonight. Don't bull around. This thing boils, and I don't like
I
bulling.
mean, it would have to be posted for 25 days. It's not gonna change.
Well, there-
tonight.
Well, we'll get it changed.
I mean, I also want to say, I mean, the board interprets its own policy. I think the chairman was in a situation where he had to interpret it outside of a board meeting and did so.
Exactly.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but the board still interprets its own policies, and the board can determine how it wants to interpret the word citizens. And I did double check, citizens is the word used in the model policy from the School Boards Association. But, I mean, anybody, I mean, and I certainly understand the chairman's recommendation, or interpretation of the word and definition of the use. I mean, it does mean whatever you necessarily want it to mean. I mean, you look it up, it's got a couple different definitions, you know, a citizen of a state, citizen of a commonwealth, citizen of a nation, citizen of a particular town or a city. So, you know, but it is up to the board to interpret its own policies and determine how you interpret it. And if you want to clarify that through an amendment, you certainly can do that. But you can also just determine how you want to interpret it too.
So someone come up with your plan that you want it, how you want it worded, and let's move on.
What do you want, Tom?
I'm fine. I would interpret it the same way, and I'd have voted the same way tomorrow, the next week, every day, until something changes here. I would interpret it the same way. Not because he said it, because he doesn't sway me how to vote or tell me what I'm gonna do. I would have done it the same way. So let's make it what you all want, so we can get this over with and move forward.
To me, it was just like for this particular instance, it wasn't about the word citizen, or it was just that I was shocked when people from that support Lincoln County schools and our large partners didn't get to speak. That was my only thing. That's my only, so it's not particularly about
And I
citizens.
appreciate
So I
that.
guess it's up to the situation. And then I said, can we allow them to speak as a guest? And then that night, we were still said no. So that's my
At the
only.
end of it.
They came in.
That was at
Do
the
you have
end
a
of it.
suggestion, Myra, for how we
Yeah,
can,
so it's just
for how
that-
we can
Not at the
reword
beginning,
this
but at the
to
end.
accommodate your concern?
No, I don't have a suggestion at this moment because that's what we had to define. This is a large thing to try to tackle. So I wanted to talk about what we mean by citizen, so now we clarified that. So at this point in this time, I just think before we say no to a community partner, that
I think I'm confused. I think I'm confused by what you just said. I just want to make sure, like, are you okay with the way the policy's written, or are you just upset about what happened at the last meeting? Because that's two totally different things.
Both. Partnership with Atrium Health was, the two parties were involved, I believe. I don't know either one of them, but those were denied. They worked at Atrium Health.
It didn't have anything to do with where they worked, because I didn't look to see where they worked. It was just that their addresses they matched up the business addresses, not to Lincoln County addresses.
Yeah, I just think communication would have helped me with the whole issue.
What if you just change the word from citizens for people to express interest? I mean, 7 years, we've had a grand total of, what, maybe 50 people, and probably 20 or 30 of them have been within the last 6 to 12 months. I mean, it's very rarely that we have people come speak to us, and it's not gonna bother me if an activist comes in here and wants to speak to us.
Then I got 3 minutes.
Well,
Well, actually, the time is determined by the chairperson, depending on the number that speak, because we have 30
Well, it says we have
minutes.
30 minutes, and,
Right.
you know, it's at the discretion whether, we just always have defaulted to 3 minutes, and I think the most we've ever had have probably been 6 or 7, which is well below the 30-minute threshold, so.
To change citizen to people,
And then it becomes a new.
Person,
new-
yeah.
person, I'd find
Well,
that.
it would read for persons. I think
That'll-
people reads a little bit better than for persons.
Mhm. That'll resolve the matter to move forward so we can be fair. I wasn't wanting to be mean to those people. I didn't know them. I mean, I probably knew one of them, and that was it. But I'm with you. We're not here to shame nobody. We did what we did, and I'd interpret the same way.
So is that something we post for 25 days, or what's the next step?
If you change the policy, yeah, you would have to post it for 25 days, or you could waive the requirement to post it for 25 days, since you're just making an interpretation of that word, a clarification of that word, if you wanted to.
Is it something we do tonight, or is it something we do next week?
You could not do it tonight. You would have to do it next week because you're in a work session.
I thought.
I mean, you could certainly come to some sort of consensus that we're all going to interpret citizens broadly, or more broadly than narrowly, and if that's what you wanted to do in discussion, you could get to that type of consensus, but you could not take any action on the policy tonight.
I think in today's society, we would be better, Aaron, to take citizen out if we're gonna change it. Because we do have a lot of people in our community.
It's probably
that are
not a
citizens.
good word to begin with for that very much reason. I mean, you could use, if you want to go broadly, you could use members of the public, or people, or persons, or whatever. But you're right. I mean, people could argue in regards to immigration status and that sort of thing, so.
And especially considering we're becoming an international business hub, there's gonna be a lot of people here that won't ever, their kids may go to school here, but they never become a US citizen because of that.
Does it help to just remove the word completely and just put forum to express? You're providing a forum to express interest and not classify to whom you're providing it to.
You could say each month, the first part of at least one regularly scheduled board meeting will be set aside for public comment. Period.
And that's broad spectrum.
Yeah, that's obviously very broad, so.
And I mean, is that,
And that's how the statute is worded actually too.
Right.
The statute does not mention people, does not mention citizens. In the requirement that says you have to have, it just says you'll have a public comment at each regular meeting.
and again,
Once a month.
it wasn't to intentionally deny, just to be mean to those people. That's not what happened. And how you take it, that's someone else's interpretation. But let's change what you want to do.
Mark the word citizen out and move forward.
Okay. Public
Forum to
forum.
express for citizen.
Would y'all like to make the motion? Someone.
Let me take a shot at this for next week.
Okay.
And I'll get it to you hopefully tomorrow, and for your consideration for next week. And I think I may know a way of addressing everybody's concerns. I may have a creative way to do that, but.
Dean, is the purpose of doing the name and address, is that just for record keeping purposes, or what's the reasoning then for stating where you live?
I think I mean, it's not required, but it's not required by law. I think most districts cities, towns require something just so they understand who they're talking to and where they are from and what, you know, I mean, I think where somebody lives, whether or not they have a kid that goes to your school, or, you know, whether they live in your town or they're just, you know, if it's a town or they just get water or sewer from the town. I think it's important for you all to know that kind of basic information. I'm not sure you necessarily need a member of the public to stand up in public comment and say, I live at 1234 Jones Street in Denver. They may put that in, you know, but to say I live in Denver and I've got kids that go to the East Lincoln attendance area or go to St. James or whatever, I think, you know, that's a relatively important factor, I think, for you to understand where a speaker's coming from, although it's not necessarily required under the law. So.
I did have two people tell me they felt insecure about giving their address in public when they were up speaking. I could understand that. They didn't feel comfortable.
And, you know, and it is very different now. And, you know, think about the fact that your meetings are streamed and they're kind of recorded in perpetuity. And so it's real easy for somebody to go on and say, well, who was that blankety blank person during public comment I heard about? And they said, oh, well, they live at 1234 Jones Street in Denver and I'm going to send them a nasty gram, or, you know, or something like that. But, so yeah, I mean, I think I would just recommend just saying, you know, where you're from. You don't have to give your full address, but, you know, where do you live, or where do you work? You know, how are you related in inwardly to Lincoln County or Lincoln County schools?
But our county still requires that, right?
Excuse me?
Our county still requires.
Yeah, and I think you could
address.
require it on the sign-up sheet too, if you wanted to. You could require it there as well. So. And you can require it in during the public. I mean, one way to look at it is are you going to stop somebody from speaking if they don't necessarily do that? Is that an argument we want to get into and prolong public comment for longer? But yeah, I mean, you can continue to require or ask people to do that during public comment if you want to, or just include it on the sign-up sheet.
All right, Dean, so you'll bring that back to us next week. And we'll move along to the remote instruction plan. Dr. Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, you do have in your packet an action item concerning the remote learning plan that has been submitted to the Department of Public Instruction. The survey is also attached in there for your reference. Okay. If you'll recall, Session Law 130 did require districts that would utilize remote learning to submit a remote learning plan. We do have a calendar that has 1,075 hours, and we can utilize up to 30 hours for remote learning, primarily, obviously, for inclement weather, school cancellations, closures, those kinds of things. So just wanted to get that approval, or bring that to you for approval or for action.
Questions for Dr. Belcher? We'll go to the school extension end of program survey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have representatives from instructional services here to help present and share some information briefly regarding the school extension program that was offered this past summer. As you'll recall, in March, late March, we did receive word that and received some funding and some requirements for an extension program to be offered this summer. And you do have in your packet, we also do have to report this to the Department of Public Instruction, who in turn submits that to the State Board and to the General Assembly. We have submitted that report, so I wanted to bring you that information. You do have in your packet some more local information that I think is probably more pertinent to what you would like to see outside of what is offered to the Department of Public Instruction, that really kind of goes into more of a qualitative analysis of some of that. But as you see, we did have roughly 1,600 students that participated. These were at-risk students that we identified. We have submitted this. The Department of Public Instruction has actually created an entirely new office, the Office of Recovery and Acceleration. And so we did submit that to them, and some of this information, of course, with that is the attendance data. So attendance was taken during the summer extension program, K-8. It was not required in high school. However, we did compile and complete attendance for our high school summer program as well. You can see that out of that, that is roughly 14% of our student population that was invited to participate in our summer extension program. Based on that attendance data, you can see that in grades K-8, we did have 89% completion rates, and then in grades 9 through 12, we did have approximately 85% attendance rate. As we look at some of the diagnostic data at each level in a few minutes, and the director share that with you, just a couple of points of emphasis. As you'll remember, this was required to be a 6-week program. So our objective and our main goal was student growth and to help address some learning gaps that could have occurred due to the school closures. Obviously, with that proficiency, grade level proficiency it's probably unreasonable to expect children who've been in school and during the summer to be able to remain focused to accomplish grade level proficiency in a 6-week program. We'll cover an entire course in high school in a 6-week program. So what we did, we addressed essential standards, we addressed those learning gaps, and then of course administered a diagnostic to help assess the growth that students made. So with that said, we do have some diagnostic data to share with you as well.
So as you look at the elementary piece of end-of-program outcomes, our elementary summer programming had 2 distinct components. One was Read to Achieve, which focuses state legislation. It focuses on grades 1 through 3. The second component was Summer School, which was new legislation focusing on K-5. So we kind of had those programs running dually in our elementary schools. We had 4 sites that served all 13 of our schools. So we combined sites in, I wouldn't say it's exact feeder patterns, but somewhat feeder patterns. In that, in our Read to Achieve, in those first 3 third grade classrooms, we had to spend 72 hours, legislatively required, focused on reading instruction, reading intervention, quality reading intervention for those students in grades 1 through 3. In grades K through 5, so you've got 2 kind of different pieces of legislation that were guiding that. We had to also focus on math, science, enrichment, social emotional learning, and physical activity. So just kind of give you a picture of the day in our elementary classrooms. In K3, students received 165 minutes of reading intervention and about 40 minutes of math intervention daily. We integrated science into those other core subjects, especially into the reading piece. In grades 4 through 5, students received 120 minutes of reading intervention and 60 minutes of math intervention. You'll see that difference in the amount is because of that Read to Achieve requirement of 72 hours of uninterrupted reading intervention. Our focus at the elementary level was very intervention-based. It was meeting students at their specific skill gap. So if we had a 4th grader that was still struggling with phonics, because remember, they left the classroom, they had partial years at some of those foundational years. If we had a student that had a phonics need, that's where we met that student at to fill in that hole so that we could keep propelling them forward throughout this school year. We had approximately 591 students at the elementary level enrolled, and just to give you perspective, 429 of those students were in grades K3. So that kind of tells you that it was a very reading-focused environment just with the sheer number of students that we had in those early grades in reading. I'll turn it over to Diana to talk about the 16.
So as you look at the summer program for middle school, it looked a little different than it did for elementary. We provided the summer school at all 4 of our middle schools, so they were site-based with the administrators from that school serving as the summer school administrator. Our attendance at our enrollment at our various middle schools ranged from approximately 90 to about 160, depending on the site. Those were the number of students that were enrolled in the program. Our middle school summer school program was remediation based. It was also based on the already diagnostic information from teachers, and we looked at things across the entire curriculum. So if you look at a daily schedule for middle school, you would see 90 minutes of instruction in English language arts. You would see 90 minutes of instruction in math. Then you would see science. Then you would see enrichment activities. We also had blocks of times for social emotional learning, as well as physical activity and team building activities as well. So that is sort of how the middle school was crafted. And we used a blended learning model whereas we had direct, explicit instruction, face-to-face instruction with our teachers, but we also used some of our resources from where we have our one-to-one initiative. We used our reading instructional license. We had Apex tutorials. We have a program called IXL that provides instructional practice in our 4 core content areas. And all of those, again, were aligned as they were assigned and taught to our students, were aligned to their iReady diagnostic results. And they were also grouped according to their individual student needs.
Okay, so when we look specifically at reading outcomes, we used iReady, the diagnostic tool that was used throughout the school year as our diagnostic. You know that you're well aware that the state has been kind of all over the place with reading diagnostics in K-3. And so we had used iReady in that period when we had the opportunity to select because we were familiar with it. We used iReady to measure at end of year and end of summer. So we used an EOY to an EOS measurement. We did that instead of, and this will be the same for math when Diana speaks about math, we did that so we weren't overly testing students at the beginning of summer. We used that end of year measure that was an end of April to the end of school as our beginning of summer measure. That's just so we could get right in and start teaching kids and not spend time overly assessing them. The iReady diagnostic is a computer-based diagnostic. So students sit on a computer. It is adaptive. It adapts up and down based on student responses to answers. It measures students in these domains: phonological awareness, phonics, high-frequency words, vocabulary, and comprehension, both literary and informational. So it measures all of those domains. You'll see very often, you'll see upper grades children, it measures phonological awareness even at a middle school, but a student may quickly test out of that because their skill deficit is not there. So it drills down to those basic skill deficits in reading. Now it's a computerized test. So I say that as you look at reading data for elementary because it's developmentally has impact when students are taking a test on a computer as a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old. So that's one of those pieces as you look at the reading data to consider. But it measures all of those and provides a scale score, and we looked at that growth from end of year to end of summer at the end of that program.
So as we're looking at math, and Ms. has talked about using the iReady diagnostic from the end of the year to end of summer, that's exactly what we use with our math outcomes. And just to echo, the math iReady diagnostic is adapted just as the reading diagnostic is. And what that also helps us do is it provides insight, as Ms. Huss said, into those student needs and also a complete picture of their student performance and their growth. When you're looking at the math diagnostic, it assesses domains such as numbers and operations, algebra and algebraic thinking, measurement and data, and geometry. So it is a very comprehensive assessment, just as the reading diagnostic is as well. It helps us identify ability levels, just as Ms. Huss said as well, and it also charts a personalized learning path for those students. So in summer school, we were able to use instructional licenses that were personalized for those students to target their instruction. So if you look at those math outcomes for our students, I would say it's pretty impressive with what our district was able to accomplish in reading and math during those 6 weeks of instruction.
And as we pass the mic to Ms. Campbell for some high school information, I will say one of the strong attributes about having this diagnostic data, when you see those 267 67 students that did not demonstrate growth, we do have the ability to drill down, identify specifically who those students are so that we can continue to work with them. And then perhaps from beginning of this school year to their mid-year, they may demonstrate growth or perhaps they might not, but we know who those students are and can continue to monitor the participants from the summer program to see if they do maybe show higher rates of growth later, if we were able to front load some of the work and some of the information, some of the learning that they needed to occur.
We definitely are looking at summer school. The impacts of summer school are well beyond this data. We have conversations at our leveled meetings with principals all the time about how can you maximize what happened at summer school throughout this year. especially as you look at it as innovation. I'm pulling a bunch of education words together there. Intervention or learning loss is trying to recover, and that doesn't happen in just 6 weeks. That happens over the course of time with students. So I think it really allowed us to identify those kids and look at that. I'm anxious to look at those kids as we see them at the end of the year. I think we will see the impact of summer school, especially in some of our youngest learners, well into next summer. What happens next?
So at the high school level, we become focused on having our students to graduate, and so we wanted to provide opportunities for our students who had gotten behind and had not passed classes to be able to catch up on some of their credits to be able to graduate appropriately. So we had approximately 100 per site that attended this summer. We offered summer school at each of our 4 schools. We provided opportunities in 2 different segments. So we had one session that ended on June 30th, and that was our first session, and that provided us the opportunity to really focus in on our EOC courses and to retest our EOCs for students, because we had some students that never even came to take those tests, and we need to show those scores for them for accountability purposes, as well as provide an opportunity for some of those students to show growth and also be able to improve their score. And then in turn, those students we allowed to go through and be able to actually change the grade and give them a grade improvement instead of it showing a failure on their stuff if they met those expectations to the end. So our first group really had a focus on those EOCs of Math 1, Math 3, Biology, and English 2. We utilized resources as face-to-face instruction, as well as doing that direct instruction combined with other technology programs that we use, like our Canvas courses. We had some teachers who built some of those to help support, as well as iExcel and our Apex program that we use, and we purchased a special portion of that, which was a tutorial portion to assist and help our students and teachers. We also, within that time, were legislated that we needed to incorporate a social emotional component as well as a health and PE part. So within our daily schedule from 9 to 12, there was time built in where students were able to get social emotional support as well as career and college planning. So we utilized some other resources, our EverFi program for some of those supports, as well as EdMint, which is a program that allows students to be able to explore what jobs, careers they're interested in, see what that is going to take grade-wise to get into a college, or what's it going to cost them. Like if I'm going to go and I'm going to explore a job and it has, and I'm going to live in a certain area, what can I expect to come out making? What would my rent be? How much student loans would I have if I went to a certain school? So really helping them with that long-term planning process. So we're setting them up for financial reality instead of just, I want to do that, and not being prepared. So those were some great opportunities for our counselors to also look at student schedules, what credits they may be missing, and how can we be able to help those students get the credits that they need, but also get them on the right path so that they can see that end result of graduation and then moving toward next steps for their career and college planning. The second half of our summer school started up on July 1st, and this focused on any of our areas that they may have lost credit for, and so we really utilized more of an online format with our Apex, but we had teachers in the rooms that were content-based that could provide additional supports and helps with those students. So overall, and that also still had the social emotional and the career college planning built into that, as well as daily PE and exercise opportunities. So overall, we had 491 credits attained. So like I said, we had approximately 100 students at each of the sites. So you'll notice that number's a little greater. So some of our students were able to obtain more than 1 credit during the summer. And we did put a max of 3 credits that they could obtain during the summertime. But we had some students that were able to obtain 2 credits. And we did administer that EOCs again for students who had not been successful the first time. And so we did have some students that were able to improve. It was exciting to see one student who had not passed the first time, and then they made a 5, you know, which is the highest that they can make. So, you know, we celebrate those successes along the way.
So in closing, as you see, the budget, obviously that's a significant amount of budget, and the General Assembly did allocate 20% or require 20% of the ESSER's budget to go towards summer extension programs over the next 3 years. We have used 35% of that in year 1. You can see it just over $2 million. And of course, naturally, when we started this, we did have some difficulty with staffing and had to divide up those weeks so that, because the commitment of 6 weeks at a late notice, a lot of teachers across the state were not prepared to commit to that with such short notice. This year we do have a little bit of additional time to prepare for our summer program for this summer, and of course look forward to refining and addressing some lessons learned from our experience this past summer, and then hopefully continue to meet some of the needs of our students in addressing some of the learning loss that they've experienced due to the pandemic. Certainly be happy to answer any questions. I hope the information was valuable, but if you have specific questions, we certainly will try to address those.
You have one problem at all that stood out. I mean, you did a fabulous job, but one thing stick out that you want to maybe improve for next year? In the high schools, low level, I mean, they didn't come. Need more students to come.
One thing, and you're going to hear about this, I think, in just a few minutes. We feel like we had a strong intervention or remediation efforts, but we recognize, and the state recognizes, that there needs to be some front loading of and some preparing some of our advanced students. For example, students, just because they may not be identified at risk due to not getting enough credits in high school, they may struggle with college readiness and some of the math content. And so some focused efforts, Ms. Avery, that it really addresses even students that may be fine academically. They may have their credits, they may be a C, just an average student, but some things that can help them get more prepared for their experience after high school certainly would be something that I would like to address in the next summer term.
What happens with the 267 kids that had the math and then the 261 for reading? What happened to them going into this school year?
So we created intervention plans for each child at each school, every grade. We created very focused intervention plans that were summer school intervention plans. Those intervention plans transition with the students with the expectation that we are going to continue propelling those students forward. Summer school is only going to be, it needs to be, you need to have this mindset of continuation throughout the school year. How are we supporting these students? We've identified them at risk. We've identified very specific need. And how are we continuing to support them throughout the school year? So we did that through a very specific, Josh and Kim Davis, we all kind of worked together in the process of creating a very robust intervention plan that we could track that data, be able to provide that data back to their home schools, especially at the elementary level where we were clustered. We're able to provide that back to the home schools and their teacher of record now to be able to continue that momentum.
I appreciate that. I think that, when you look at those numbers, I think there could easily be a concern of, well, summer school's over, they're just supposed to start the school year fresh and everybody's supposed to just keep up. So I think that's great that there is a plan in place for those kids and they're not just, expected to
we have
pushing.
And the transition, we also have a focus at that transition period of the transition from the transition between the primary and the intermediate at Pumpkin, and the transition from 5th to 6th and then the 8th to 9th.
I heard great response from the community about that, the transition years, that this year especially, that it was celebrated, but people went into the year more equipped, I think, and just more knowledgeable about what to expect, students and parents. So I appreciate the effort.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you. I know pulling all this together was short notice somewhat because legislation changed kind of there at the end and some plans were in place and then we had to change those plans. And so I know it was a enormous effort to get all this done and completed and a plan in place. And I appreciate you guys and all of our staff for doing that. Can you tell me a little bit more about I heard it for middle school and high school. I might have missed it, Ms. Huss, at elementary, but the social emotional learning pockets that happened that were embedded in the curriculum, even online, I think you said. Tell me a little bit more about what that looked like and what curriculum we used.
I probably did not reference it specifically. Ours was very much the expectation at the elementary level. And remember, we have this like 72 hours. We have to get this reading instruction in. It's like this all day. Mm-hmm. So our social emotional happened in that morning meeting period of getting our day started, just like we're doing zones now. We weren't really focused on zones piece, but really that morning meeting, we identified for our interactive read alouds, books that dealt with community, friendship, problem solving, those things. We targeted very specific themes in the books that we recommended for teachers to use in our interactive read alouds. So it was just a very natural integration. The other piece is that we provided for our PE teachers and for recess opportunities for students to socialize. You know, I think Josh referenced that when he talked when Ms. Hefner asked what is the biggest mental health need, and I think going into summer we had plenty of kids come to summer school that had not entered a school building all year last year. So they left in March and re-entered in June of the next year. So allowing kids to play and working through, and I will tell you that our teachers did a tremendous job and had to, and are still having to teach some of those social skills that just got lost in what's happened over the past almost 2 years now. So that's what it looked like at elementary. We did not use a program specifically. We did it very naturally through a normal structure of our day and ensuring that we were providing students with socialization and intervening when that socialization was inappropriate and needed reminders. So a lot of that happened just through the natural course. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
And I think all three of us, and Dr. Belcher would also want to say that the teachers that worked at summer school and that committed, and we had, I don't have a number in front of me, what number of teachers committed 6 weeks of their summer. They quite possibly had, not quite possibly, they definitely had the most difficult year of their careers last year, and then raised their hand and said, hey, I'll come for 6 weeks, and it'll be all day. And they deserve, I mean, there was a lot of work that went in planning, and we appreciate the kindness in your words, because it is a lot of work. We lose sleep over trying to get these things clear, concise, and consistent for effective rollout. I'm telling you, those teachers that gave, the teachers, bus drivers, child nutrition, that gave their summer, administrators, all of our assistant principals gave time tirelessly. I mean, they are the real superheroes in this process, because they took a 8-9 week summer and became a 3-week summer, because as soon as summer school ended, guess what we're in? We're ramping up for school to start. So I think we all would celebrate the boots on the ground.
If I look at the numbers, 1,600 students were identified. It sounds like 400 were in high school and 800 in elementary. What happened to the other 400? They just not show up, or?
So we did have, yes, so not all students that were invited, the parents could opt out. Yep.
Roughly 400 didn't show up.
Yeah, right, that's right.
So what is the plan for the missing 400?
So obviously we'll have to recover their learning in intervention groups during their regular school year now with this fall.
Was there any plan over the Christmas holiday, like last year? Wasn't there something?
We did have intercession previously because the calendar was structured to where we could provide that. We don't necessarily have that same level of flexibility. So naturally, those students, just because they didn't attend summer school, they're still identified as those at-risk students that will still get some of those same services that was referenced earlier for those students that did attend.
So just as we did our end of summer diagnostic, we did a beginning of the year diagnostic in reading and math where we assessed everyone in the building. So then that sort of identification process for intervention and remediation occurred again, including all students.
And I'll just say at the high school level, to help recover credits, we also do a winter school, which is like, provides opportunities for our students to recover credits after school, where we set that up, and they can do that through our online format with support from instructors, and then we do it again in the spring. So that way we're trying to stay on top of those. One of the hard things for us was we didn't get to do those winter school and spring schools for like 2 years because of the way things were set up. So that's why you saw a bigger backlog this time of credits also, is because we were playing catch up and we didn't get to have our summer school the previous year, which we've always done summer school for as long as I can remember and did it many years. But I will end with a success that, you know, as we talk about the social emotional piece, it's just like Melanie said, our students learning how to come back in an environment and socialize. I think we as adults have had to figure out how to do that sometimes too, because we've kind of gotten okay with being at home and being by ourselves and sometimes not being our best around other people. So we had one parent after 3 days called one of our high schools and said, I just want you to know that I feel like I have my child back. She has not talked, she has stayed in her room. I feel like I lost my child, and now within 3 days of her coming to school, I already feel like I have my kid back. I can see like 180 degrees difference in the way she's interacting, how happy she is, and being at school. So if we supported one kid in that way and helped them with that mental health and that social emotional component, then that's a huge success for our district.
Any other questions? We'll move to the Summer Bridge and Career Accelerator programs. Dr. Belcher.
Thank you, board members. You do, as I referenced earlier, the Office of Recovery and Acceleration has identified some additional funding sources for some more summer programs. You can see that is the Summer Bridge Program, PRC 176, at an amount of $296,000, and the Career Accelerator Program at PRC 177 at $197,000. This funding is available for the next 2 summers, and there is a presentation that outlines some of the details with that. Of course, part of the requirements with this is we do have to submit a plan that has to be approved. Districts are not required. There's no general statute, no session law that requires these programs, so districts could opt out. However, we do plan to obviously offer this opportunity for our students. So quickly, 176, the Summer Bridge Program, that is a 50-hour program that's required, and 25 hours of that has to be specifically within the curriculum. And the intent of this is to accelerate students. So it really takes students that it front loads the curriculum, so that if a student, for example, is struggling in 8th grade math with that content, we began to develop and start to preview the Math 1 content before they go to 9th grade, so that they can have some of the foundational skills for that course prior to transitioning to that course. That's one example. It could apply, this is K-12 funding, it could apply to a pre-K student who's coming to kindergarten for the first time. There could be a summer bridge that helps them get acclimated to the school, to what school looks like, and then also some of the general content that they may be exposed to as a kindergarten student. So it's all across the board. K-12, 50 hours, 25 has to be specifically addressed within the curriculum. Some of the other 25 could be some of those transitional types things that you've heard discussed already. Then there's also what is referred to as the Career Accelerator Program. The good news about this program is we had, through CTE, Dr. Sane had already planned on doing some CTE camps and some career camps. And so whenever this funding was released, I asked him, I said, is that funding sufficient? Was that going to meet your budget? He said, that more than meets my budget. So he was not anticipating having funding available, was anticipating having to pull that from his own CTE budget. So the fact that we have almost $200,000 now for a career accelerator is fantastic news for him and his folks as they plan to provide some CTE camps and opportunities for students in 6 through 12. I wish I could say that we have a fully vetted and baked plan to present to you at this time, but obviously we just received these funds and have been attending webinars as recently as today, as a matter of fact, about some of this. We do have, I think, until November to submit a plan, and then that'll be approved in December, and we'll start getting into some of the details very soon with those two programs. It's interesting, summer extension between reading camp, the summer extension program, the summer bridge program, the career accelerator program. There's a lot in our schools now that happen in July and August, so it'll be another interesting summer for, I think, all the school districts across the state.
And Heath, this funding's good for how many years?
This is, I think, up until September of 2023, so it'll apply for the next 2 summers.
Any other questions for Dr. Belcher on that? We'll move along to the advanced placement update. Campbell?
So as Ms. Campbell comes, board members, I know that you're interested in looking at some of the advanced placement data, and we have lots of conversations about college now versus advanced placement and level of rigor. Just as a reminder, advanced placement is the highest level of rigor that we have in our high schools right now, and as we look at some of the data, the raw data that she has gathered, obviously we're still analyzing and interpreting some of that data, but it's important for our students that are enrolled in these advanced placement classes that they reflect a diverse transcript. And so naturally, when you're looking at all the course offerings, the number of students that are participating in our AP classes, and obviously their learning outcomes and successes and areas of struggle, these are some key indicators that I think can be beneficial as we continue to monitor and plan for this program. This is, for those that aren't familiar, advanced placement is a national program through the College Board. So it is the again, the most rigorous program that we offer.
Thank you, Dr. Belcher. So in front of you, you see that you have the data from this past year. I've been providing this for several years now, and I provide you with 3 years of trend data so that you can see that across progressions with each of the schools. You'll see there are some areas that we went up. However, there are areas where we have not went up. We all know that this past year was a little bit different as well, and we've experienced that for the past 2 years. However, I commend our AP teachers for their dedication to teaching these courses and to really wanting to provide these opportunities for our students to be able to obtain college credit. So our students, as long as they take this course, they are able to take the test, and then if they score a level 3, 4, or 5 on the AP test, then that can allow them to obtain college credit for that course. These are very rigorous courses that they take due to the curriculum, and then also having to pass this test in order to get college credit. As I have shared in the past, we are part of the North Carolina AP Partnership. This was a group that was formed due to legislation that several years ago, the North Carolina decided that they were going to pay for the exams for our students across North Carolina to be able to take AP exams. And part of that is removing barriers to be able to provide opportunities for all students to be able to take AP classes if that's something they desire. And so with that legislation, there was supports that were put in. Part of that is the North Carolina AP Partnership, which we are considered a targeted district. We are targeted because we are a smaller district with smaller amounts of funding, but we have a very diverse portfolio of courses that we offer our students, and our data is very good for what our students are able to score on their outcomes. So they are providing us additional supports. So in this term, it's great for us to be a targeted district. They have provided our teachers with lots of professional development that if I were to try to find the funds to send our teachers to do those. Some of those workshops are $600-700 for one teacher to go for a week during the summer. Well, the North Carolina AP Partnership, they will fund that, and they pay our teachers a stipend daily for attending that. If there's any travel expenses to incur, they'll pay for that. We had 16 teachers this summer alone that were able to go through training with the partnership, receive the stipend, and have any of those funds. So it's a wonderful opportunity for us to be a part of this organization and this partnership. So they also have additional sessions that are coming up. They're doing some virtual ones. There's actually a one I just found out about today. They're providing virtual workshops for some of the areas across the state that they saw dips in the scores, so that our teachers are going to pay for their subs and provide the opportunity and pay for the workshops. They also are going to be doing some face-to-face sessions at the end of the year, some colloquiums where our administrators from our district, from the high schools, will be able to come together, do some planning, look at data, look at how we can explore and move forward. They also provide opportunities where teachers get to go. They get to collaborate with other teachers from across the state, and they also bring in a middle school colloquium, which provides opportunities for those transitional moving to the high school to prepare our students. And in that aspect, we have adopted the pre-AP curriculum for the past 2 years for our English 1 courses. And so I have worked very closely with our English 1 courses to help support that framework within those English 1 courses for pre-AP. And we felt like in that transition year that if we could try to strengthen like their English and language supports, that's going to impact every single course that they take. So the rigor level, the exploration of the text complexity, the having to utilize text to cite evidence, all of those kind of things are embedded into that framework, which then their curriculum, of course, is the North Carolina Standard Course of Study, but all these resources are paid for, they're provided, the workshops, the stipends for the teachers and the administrators for the workshops, all of that is paid for by this North Carolina AP Partnership. So we're hoping that we're going to continue to see the benefits of that helping all students so that we can continue to try to increase and have students prepared for the rigor level that will be expected when they try to take an AP course. You know, in North Carolina, we want all students to have that opportunity if they want to and feel like they can be successful when they go into those courses. So we hope to see these numbers continue to rise. I know you see a dip over the 3-year period. You know, we are competing, as Dr. Belcher said, with the College Now CCP program. So a lot of times those are same students. So if one goes up, you may see the other one go down. But, you know, our teachers really try to sell their courses, and they try to market their courses to students. And they take those. Our AP teachers are extremely dedicated, and I enjoy working with them. I also was an AP teacher and then got to experience that administrator side. And so, you know, anything I can do to support them and our students and help them be successful is very important. So, any questions?
I appreciate you saying, you know, teachers are trying to market and get their kids to take those AP classes, and I think it's important that we continue to give them some autonomy in running their classrooms as far as the rigor is concerned, because what we don't want to happen is for it to be more enticing for students to take because they've learned that this AP class is easier, or this one's, you know, this one's not, so we're not going to take this one, because the whole idea is preparation for college and what they're going to see in college. And so when we, you know, or if we take away from what teachers feel like this is going to look like in college, and I think we're, in order to get more kids in that classroom, we're going to do a disservice to those kids. So I appreciate the fact that we are allowing teachers to advocate for students to be in that classroom, but I don't want us to lose sight of the reason they're in that AP class and what the work is that needs to be done in there. And I think we do a good job with that, but just keep that in the back of our mind as we try to promote these classes. We don't want it kids are kids, right? If I can take something easier over here, I'm going to, right, and get credit. So, but my concern is what happens to those same kids when they get to college and what they face there. Are they prepared? And I think for the most part, our AP teachers do a very, very good job with that. But we as a district, I don't want to see us push so much for numbers in that class that we don't allow them the rigor they feel is appropriate for that. So,
And I will say College Board over the past several years has done, if I could go back and teach in an AP room with all of the resources that are provided by College Board now to be able to help support and prepare for that AP exam, it is unbelievable. So if the teachers have that course exam description, is what it's called, and if they are truly following that, and they are following all the resources that are lined out by College Board, students should not have a problem being prepared when it comes to that. And so with those supports being put in place and designed to help our students be successful, it is the district expectation that those are utilized inside the classroom, because we want and the people that I work with the North Carolina AP partnership have made this very clear. Students are taking an AP class to get an AP or a college credit. So yes, we do need to be preparing our students to be successful on that AP exam. And in order to do that, we need to follow those supports and curriculums that are set out to help them be successful. So they have all the resources that should align to the rigor level, the skill sets that are needed, the thinking process that is needed, the decision-making process, everything that's needed to help them ultimately be successful.
thank you. And I think that's the fine line between they do have it and they know what needs to be done. So we need to make sure that we aren't saying, I don't want us to say to them, a lot of people don't want to take your class because they've heard it's a lot of work. How can we as a district promote that better to, hey, you're really going to learn how to do this in this class, or you're really going to be prepared for this. Yes, it's rigor and it's a lot of work, but you're going to be extremely prepared if you take it. And how can we support that more at the school level for them, because they do have they do know what they're supposed to do, and they do know the resources. And sometimes it just so happens that, whatever AP class that is, it might be difficult material. I mean, it's college material, right? And it should be, because that's what you're getting college credit for it. So how can we as a district, I think, help promote those classes instead of it being the popular classes that are taken. So I don't know if that makes sense. We can talk more about it later, but.
So when you get these numbers, how deep do you dive into the individual classes that are across school levels? Because I noticed on some of them, they have a bell curve that goes up. Some of them are inverted. Some of them are on a straight line, to see what's happening across the different schools and why that potentially would go up and down like it does in such drastic numbers in some cases.
So when I receive the data, I go in and I pull the data for each one of the classes. I meet with the AP teachers. There is an actual detailed instructional planning tool that is provided for each one of those classes that the teachers also have access to, the administrators at the schools have access to, and then they can go into those. And I actually have had the North Carolina AP partnership to come out and do professional development to support us with how the teachers can best use those instructional tools that are provided based on what their student data is and where they are. When you speak of proficiency numbers in the classes, I think that's with any other class that students take. Sometimes we're gonna have, it's different kids, it's different work ethics. Are they gonna put in the work that's needed? There's a variety of things that could go into that, as well as how many students are gonna sign up to take the class, because all of the AP classes are elective classes. So If I like you, I might decide to take your class. If I don't like you, I may not decide to take your class. So then or maybe it just doesn't fit in my schedule, you know, as far as enrollment numbers, because maybe I'm going to go take some CCP classes and I'm not going to take AP classes. Maybe I want to take band, and band is button up to that. You know, we had several classes this year that we experienced across the district that didn't have enough students to make. So what we did was we provided opportunities for students who had registered for those, but the class didn't make, to still have an opportunity to take the class, whether it be in an online format from our district or through North Carolina Virtual Public Schools. But we also created, like AP Chemistry didn't make at several of our schools, so we embedded and we created that also so it can be provided to students across the district. But we try to look at that data and see all the different components that are there. You know, can I say that I go through every single teacher on this list at every single school and look at their data and say, you need to do this? I can't do that. All of these are not my areas, so I don't know every single one of these things. But what I can do is provide them the supports and how to read their instructional planning reports to be able to dive deeper into that.
You have the 4 high school listed, and right underneath it is a total. Is that the proficiency at each high school over the last 3 years? For instance, under East Lincoln, it's 50, 18, 19,
Yes,
40.
that's our overall school percentage of proficiency.
So of the 1,200 exams taken last year, where are they taken? I mean, I assume North Lincoln and East Lincoln based on, is 300 per school, or is it more like 500 at North and East and 100 at West and Lincolnton?
So I don't have those numbers in front of me, Mr. Wolfhurst. I can pull that information for you if you would like it. However, our numbers are higher on the eastern end and northern end of the district, is where we have more enrollments for our AP. That aligns as well with our CCP numbers. That's where we have the higher enrollments there in those as well. So it could be that there is one student. Mr. Wolfhurst may have taken 3 or 4 of those exams. I know several of you have children that are in the high school, and they've probably taken multiple AP classes within 1 year. So whenever it comes May, that's when the College Board administers those exams. So we may have one student over that 2-week window of when those are administered that's sitting in like 3 or 4 different sessions, maybe more, because some of our kids take lots of AP classes, you know.
I'm just wondering what efforts we're making at West Lincoln and Lincolnton to encourage.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's all about promoting the classes and trying to improve the enrollment numbers, and we continue to try to do that. And that's something I work with the administrative team as well as our counselors when it comes registration time, you know, to try to help and really look at who are our students. If they don't sign up for it, then who are some of those that we need to target and pinpoint and say, based on this data, then you are potential. We can pull the pre-ACT data, and it can give expectancy outcome for students who are expected to be able to be successful in AP class. So then I could go up to you and say, Mr. Wolfhurst, I see that you did really well, and it looks like you have an 80% chance of being able to obtain college credit for taking this class. Really like to suggest that you sign up and take it. So we have data pieces that we can use in that aspect.
One thing I would comment on that too, and because we're looking here at groups of students, there are individual circumstances where students, and by policy, we do have a process for this, but a student, for example, if they needed to take a course, an AP course that was offered at North but not offered at Lincolnton, they could take that course as a visiting student at North. And we do have a limited scenarios where that occurs, but of course that naturally is there's a lot of conversations. Principals of both schools have to approve that.
So I know with the Gaston College courses, one of the hurdles is buying the books, that I think West Lincoln and Lincoln struggles more than, say, East Lincoln and North Lincoln. And are we running into the same issue with AP classes? Are they having to buy books? Is there a hurdle like that that is causing lower enrollment?
No, there's no expense to those classes. There's nothing that should be a barrier expense-wise.
Did you say we have seen a increase in CCP enrollment?
Yeah.
I mean, the dual enrollment with.
We have, yes. There's been, and of course I don't have those numbers in front of me, and we can send some comparisons out with that. But there have been some increase in our college now enrollment.
And I think that might correlate, Todd, to what you're looking at too.
If you have any other questions, I'll be happy to ask. And if there's something else you would like to see, I'll be more than happy to share with you. I mean, you know, when we look at this data, I think of this just in the same aspect of if we looked at a teacher's EOC data, or if we looked at a teacher's third grade reading data. You know, I mean, you see this a little more in depth probably than you do every teacher who taught third grade, and you see their data sitting right in front of you individually. Because each one of these that you see, when you look at a school with a course, that's a teacher. You know, and I don't put that teacher's name there, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, these are looking at individuals' data. So there's many factors that go into any of the data. Students, teachers, situations. We've been through quite a few of those. So.
And this year, COVID. Let's just throw it in.
That's
there.
what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's been lots of barriers. So, you know, which has kept us from getting to do as much of the professional development in the past year that we have done as well in the past. But, you know, I commend our teachers for the commitment. Our AP teachers take their data extremely seriously, and their course is very serious. They are very passionate about that, and so I commend them for trying to work so hard through all those barriers to still make sure their students were prepared to test the first 2 weeks of May so that they could try to obtain that college credit.
I agree.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you.
Next, we have the strategic plan for the 22 to 26.
Yes, sir. So, board, tonight I've got each of our team leads for each goal here to present kind of a summary. They're not going to go through line by line, but this is, let me be clear, this is a draft working document that still has to be tweaked. We know that. The point of bringing it to y'all tonight was to show you the work of our 3 committees, and we had a wide variety of folks from the community, at the school, at the county level. Some of you were also a part of some of these, and this was the product of their work. And then from here, we're going to refine over the next 6 weeks with the goal of bringing this back to you in the November 2nd meeting in November to be voted on and approved to go into effect in January. I do plan on putting this out for public comment as well, just for input. Once we go through and clean up some things that you may have from tonight, that you would give us some initial feedback to stand up and for more feedback. We'll do that for a couple of weeks and then have it cleaned up and bring back to you in November. So we'll kick off with our first goal, goal 1, about eliminating opportunity gaps, and we'll let each team kind of walk through their presentation for those team leads that are here tonight.
So if you look at goal 1, eliminating opportunity gaps for 2026, We had a team of 19 individuals, board members, staff, community members, look at all of these. And so we tried to come up with some baseline data for you. With COVID, it made it a little difficult, but we were able to put some of these together. You will see that objective 1.1 is Lincoln County Schools will improve the social and emotional health and well-being of our students by addressing the whole child. There are things in there for student discipline incidences will decrease by, and that should say 5%. So if you look at the baseline of 24%, and that data is not from this past year because we did not have a lot of students in the building. It is the previous year's data that 24% of our students had some kind of discipline issue. It could be a very insignificant to something very significant. That was all discipline. And so reduce that to 19%. Mentor enrollment for students will increase. That number is not there because we have the 0% as the baseline because we don't know right now how many mentors we actually have in our building. So that's a piece of data that we're going to have to gather. That number is a little bit skewed there that we need to work on a little bit more. Then 100% of our pre-K through 12 staff will be trained in zones of regulation. You've already heard about zones of regulation tonight. So our baseline right now, that 1.1B, I got some things mixed up just a second ago. I'd apologize for that. That is the 0% because currently we are training them, and so by 25, 26, our plan is to have 100% of those. That mentor enrollment's going to come back just a little bit later. It's in another area. So who's going to service that? Our student services team. And you heard from us earlier tonight about the things that we are doing with MTSS, SEL, DESA, all of those things. The components for that, MTSS data, Dr. Sain will be heading that up for us. The MTSS SEL TAs, we have those at all of our elementary and middle schools. And then obviously we'll have professional development and then we hope to see a reduced number of suspensions and expulsions. And I'm not going to read all of those action steps for you. I'm going to move right on to 1.2. The second objective is increase student engagement by providing meaningful access to extended and experiential learning opportunities. So here is the mentor enrollment for students will increase by 25%. And again, we don't have an exact, we chose the number 40, but we don't know the exact number, so those numbers may change. But if we increase that by 25%, that will be 2 this year, 2 next year, up until we get to 50. Student services team, the communication team, CTE and workforce development, which is Dr. Sain and Ken and Edie. So there'll be several of us working together. You see what the components are, personalized interest opportunities for everyone pre-K through 12. That is through CTE. Partnering schools in each feeder pattern. How can we partner East Lincoln Middle with East Lincoln High and have some meaningful opportunities there between the feeder patterns. Parent engagement, that is a large emphasis in Title I. We are hoping to have some ESL parent engagement things this year as well, so that can fall in there. You've heard Dr. Allen speak of public service announcements already, I'm sure, over the last couple months. And then mentoring opportunities, which brings us back to the mentor enrollment for students. And then I'm going to go ahead and skip to objective 1.3. LCS will increase the enrollment in the pre-K program. We can, if we maintain and grow the number of pre-K classrooms, which means we increase the number of students that are enrolled. The coordinator of pre-K, who is currently Donald Welch, and the NC pre-K specialist will work together on that. And the number of pre-K classrooms, I think we have 9 or 10 at this time. 10 at this time. And if we increased it to 12, that would increase the numbers to 216. There is funding tied to that, so it's not as easy as saying next year we're going to have a class of 18. There has to be funding to support those classes, so that gives us a couple of years to increase. We do see a huge advantage to students in kindergarten that went through our pre-K programs. So that goal is there. And then the last one for goal 1 is Lincoln County Schools will decrease the employee diversity gap by increasing the number of employees who reflect the communities in which we serve. So the percentage of LCS employees of color will increase from 5% to 15% by 2026 as measured by the U.S. Census data, and you're going to probably see that performance measure in someone else's because we took that from another goal. And then human resources will have to measure that, of course. And then you see some diversity training for staff, include underrepresented community leaders in the development of a plan to retain employees from diverse backgrounds, and then actively recruit employees from all underrepresented populations and communities.
Thank you, Dr. Beeman. And as we transition to the next one, I would remind some of these current, even though we do have a current strategic plan that has really just been on the shelf, some of these items are a continuation of our current one that we still just haven't achieved. This is 1.4 is one of those that we have not achieved fully yet because as he mentioned earlier, it's been a goal for the past 5 years to try to match the students' population to the diversity of the workforce that serves those students where we can. That goes and in here it talks about employees of color. It goes beyond color. It goes beyond the idea that we need more men in elementary. We need more minorities of all diversities. We may need non-traditional adults kind of being represented where we have differences in our community. So this is one of those that is something that we'll continue to work on. It is an opportunity gap, but that's kind of the point of Tim saying tonight. This one also shows up in goal 3. The goal with this is really to try to figure out in the next couple of weeks where does that goal fit best? I mean, is it in both? Is it in better in one? And as a reminder, these 3 goals are taken from the State Board of Education's 3 goals as well, from their strategic plan for their 5 years. So we're taking it from the state perspective and making it our own down at the district level.
So
Goal 2.
We need to reword that.
Say that again, Mark.
Do we need to reword the way that's listed? Because it really needs to be the demographics of our student body, not dependent. I mean, just do all ethnicities and our minority students all identify as people of color, or do we have some that are minorities that we need to look at?
I'm with you. And so that's kind of why in my plan for this, even though we've not done this in the strategic plan in the past, is to let it sit open for that feedback piece. The goal would be that whether we have specifics to that or if that's something that y'all want us to clean up before we put it out for public, that's fine. But just similar to what we talked about with the public for the boundary lines, with us placing a link out there, my thought with this is we would place this out there and have a Google form for people to put in their comments for that 2-week window so we can gather some of those specifics of what people see as a need to change. Bring that back for consideration when we meet again in November.
And I guess I say that because as we look, I was in one of group 3 that also has the same goal, and that was one of the things I think that was surprising as we dug into the minority population. We're about 5.9% of blacks, and then we're about 12.9% of Hispanics, 1% Asians. So, I know that was one of the difficulties that Brian and I talked about because we can't ask those questions on an employee demographic basis to track it, make sure that we're matched up to our student body demographics that the state will capture that data on. So it's kind of interesting that we can capture it for a student population, but we're trying to mimic it for our employees, but yet we're not able to track that without breaking some federal laws. So I just wonder if we need to clean that language up so it does fit. I mean, the intent, what we're trying to do is to mimic our student population, but makes it very difficult for Brian to have to measure that because of the tools that he has and the constraints that he has to work within. So all for it. I just wonder if we need to wordsmith that when it goes out so that we're inclusive of everybody.
Fair enough.
Do you want us to give you feedback by each goal right now, or do you prefer us to come to you later with input, or how do you want to do this?
For the sake of time, I would, since it's 9:30 and we still have a couple more items, I'd prefer once we get the Google link up, you can shoot me an email, your thoughts, and then I'll get it to that team lead to kind of go through and look at that. We're still going to bring this back to our work session in November as another revision, vote on it in November, the second meeting in November. So we'll have another time to talk through the changes. But if you can push that through the Google form as a way that we can keep it all in one place, that would be best.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. And as Dr. Allen referenced, Goal 2 does align with the state strategic plan, improve school and district performance by 2026. I do want to reference that we did pull most of our targets and measures from the My Future NC report, which y'all are all very familiar with. I think that is also included in your packet. So in an effort to make sure that we were aligned with that, which is a 10-year plan, you'll see those measures by 2026 making progress towards the measures in that report by 2030. And so as we take a look at that, our first objective is to increase the number of graduates that are ready for post-secondary success. And there's actually two measures that are associated with that, and you can see that is reflected as the baseline of 2.1A and 2.1B. And obviously, again, that's looking at the number of students that graduate, and then, of course, ninth graders that graduate with their cohort by 2026. We've had lots of conversations, and we'll have lots of conversations with industry and different folks that are around the table with that, but certainly that is captured within the plan, and I won't go into details related to the components or the action steps. You can see those referenced on page 5 of 14. Objective 2.2, increasing the capacity of our instructional leaders and instructional coaches in every school. This is an effort to continue to grow and to develop current teachers to be teacher leaders as coaches and instructional leads inside their building. Our goal goes from the few or the ones that we've just recently added to 12, as you can see reflected in that. And of course, along with that comes lots of information about micro-credentialing, which I think is also captured in throughout the plan and some other areas as well. And then some of those key areas that we're looking at. And of course, this is a living document that can change based on the needs of our teachers and the professional development opportunities that are provided, grants, other things that we receive, but certainly those are some of our focus areas that you'll see reflected within that. And then our third objective, aligning those instructional initiatives with the foundational skills for early learning essentials to prepare children for their future success. And so this is all about that idea of making sure that our students get a good foundation as early as pre-K and kindergarten, that then, of course, obviously comes to fruition as they transition to their upper intermediate grades and middle school, as you'll see reflected with 63% by 2026 of our 3rd through 8th graders being career and college ready, which is level 4 or 5.
Continuing along with that thought, as you look at objective 2.4, as Dr. Belcher just referenced, 2.3, looking at those students that score career and college and career ready level 4 or 5. 2 or 3 is focusing on the percentage of students that will exceed their growth measure in reading, math, and science. So remember, our reading and math end of grade testing starts at grade 3. We also have assessments K2 that assess our students as well. And then also our science is assessed formally by the state in grades 5 and 8. And we want to look at the percentage of our schools that are exceeding growth. You know, we talk about meeting growth or exceeding growth. So we want to increase the number of schools that are exceeding academic growth status 25% annually by 2006. And as you look through the action steps, there are some very deliberate, explicit action steps to include with this and with the components. And it also will align with everything else you will see going through Goal 2, dealing with everything from our instructional framework or our blueprint, dealing with our research-based strategies, going with looking at our performance data as we analyze that ongoing with all of our school leaders and district administrators, ensuring that everything is aligned from our school improvement plans to our remediation plans, and just continuing to provide those personalized learning opportunities. And again, as we talked about with summer school, targeting those areas in need, emphasizing science and CTE as well.
So the final objective, 2.5, deals with the budget and just maximizing our budget to provide instructional resources to our teachers in the classroom and to maximize the equitable learning across all of our schools. And of course, there's an attachment with that as well that references the current budget, the total budget, and then a slight increase over those 5 years. Again, trying to focus, essentially making sure that we are deliberate in how we're investing our budget and our funds at the classroom level so that students can benefit from that. Dr. Allen, I think that's all we have for Goal 2, so I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, so speaking of Goal 2, just one thing, to bring to your attention as we also talk about budget tonight, as Josh prepares for the next one, a couple of Heath and Dinah's teams' ideas are budget-related matters, and they carry with it long-term planning and long-term commitment that we as a board, we as a staff have got to, if this is truly going to be one of our goals, then we work that into our budget plan over the next 5 years, especially the next 2 years, and even when Essers isn't around. And so a lot of this is, in my mind, is knowing Essers is with us for 2 more years, and this is a 5-year plan. Some of this stuff could be achievable next year and the next, but then what about year 4 and 5, which is the sticky point in some of these decisions we've got to make. And, 2.2 is a good example of that. Our goal is to get more instructional coaching in our schools. Budget can be a limitation. It doesn't have to be sometimes. It just goes down to those hard choices. So I encourage you to compare this document to the conversation we're going to have a little bit later tonight as well about budget planning for next year. Josh, take it away. Goal 3.
All righty. So Kim Davis and I led this working group, and unfortunately Kim is at the case conference this afternoon or this evening, so she can't be here. So I'll do my best to summarize the work that went on in Group 3 or for Goal 3, which is to increase educator preparedness to meet the needs of every student by 2026. And there was a lot in this goal, a lot that we kind of put in this document. Again, as Dr. Allen said, it's a working document, but again, a lot of good stuff. First, 3.1, attract and maintain a high quality workforce. And with 3.1, with the demographics, we've already had discussion that is repeated. So I'll go down to 3.1.2, that Lincoln County Schools will create opportunities with post-secondary institutions to attract those high-quality educators. And again, the emphasis from our group was especially in those areas of high need that include math, science, EC, and CTE. Again, some action steps there would be to create and promote TA to teacher pathways in those high areas of needs with partnering institutions. Gardner-Webb has one. Other institutions around us have them as well. And again, continue to establish and cultivate those ongoing partnerships with our local colleges and universities. For 3.13, Lincoln County Schools will create opportunities to attract LCS graduates to enter the district's workforce. And again, that going back to, in our group was Dr. Nichols from Gaston College, really talked about the new College Now teacher prep transfer pathway. That's a mouthful, that is going on at Gaston, where we can really utilize and get interest with our younger students, especially in high school, to hopefully return to Lincoln County and teach in our classrooms. Also, increase partnerships among schools, communities, and community organizations and parents to support our LCS employees. This is something that already goes on in Lincoln County Schools, but the group found that it was very important to continue that, especially to support our teachers, which would include discounts, incentives, and wellness opportunities. And that leads us to 3.3, objective 3.3, which is develop and implement a sustainable long-term plan of research-based professional learning opportunities for all employees. which includes expanding the number of PD opportunities to ensure the LCS staff or our LCS staff can support the whole child, and that includes SEL, academic interventions, behavioral interventions, special areas, and then personalized and blended learning, which are those big initiatives that will move this district forward even better than it already is. 3.22, which is create and sustain a differentiated PD framework that meets and supports the unique needs of educators. Our group talked a lot about how the classroom has changed pretty drastically over the last 5 years, but if you look at it even a 10-year window, it's drastically changed, and that our PD needs to reflect those needs, the current needs of the classroom, and give teachers the autonomy to choose their PD pathways, and also give principals the autonomy to choose their PD pathways that they see their teachers need. That includes increasing educator support from district specialists and lead teachers, and then ensure educators have the opportunity to participate in instructional dialogue with one another to learn from each other. Then 3.2.3, increase the number of endorsement or micro-credential programs for educators to enhance their classroom instruction. And those endorsement or micro-credential programs are year-long programs that specify one specific area of concentration to improve their practice. And you can see the list of micro-credentials that we would like to introduce and implement in this district, and that's with AIG, which actually is starting this year. EC, personalized learning, is starting this year. Career exploration, facilities management, and maintenance, so that ties in the all educators aspect with Mr. Aker and the work that he's doing on his side of things. 3.2.4, provide new teacher support that reflects the current demands of the educational environment. And again, we have a great teacher mentoring program. We sent out a survey to get some data specific to that, and there was a high number of our current BTs that feel that they were supported, but we want to continue to strengthen that and add in some of those current demands of what's going on in the classroom when we're talking about behavior and academic interventions and things of that nature. Okay, objective 3.3, increase educator access to resources that support all students. Here we talked about increase the number of culturally responsive texts and resources in classrooms as measured by yearly school inventories. And again, those culturally responsive texts includes career-based, gender-based, exploratory-based type texts that are well-rounded, that represent all students in our classrooms. One of the action steps there that I want to make note is that the team would like to see a partnership with the Lincoln County Public Library to create a shared resource or courier system to utilize the resources that they have. Those are free resources that we could get into our schools, which would be beneficial to our teachers. 3.3.2, increase career exploration resources for all teachers to increase student interest in the district's career and technical education program. And again, that is where we will focus on career exploration at an elementary level, and again, continue to strengthen our middle and high school programs, but again, really getting that idea that CTE, almost take away that stigma of CTE courses as early as we can at the elementary level, so that our kids who may not take the traditional university pathway feel supported, and that our teachers feel supported in providing that assistance for those students. Like I said, our group was long-winded, so I apologize. 3.3.3, equip educators with increased resources to handle minor discipline incidents within the classroom setting. And again, that goes back to some of the work that we're doing with the SST, those zones of regulations, teaching plans that we provided with teachers this year. So building off of that to where we're equipping teachers with resources to make sure that their classrooms are sound for learning and for all students, but also to equip them with which students to refer to our support services, so that we're not exhausting those services with students who shouldn't be there. And then the last one, streamline and maintain online resources to enhance teacher accessibility. So again, the conversation was that all of our resources need to be housed in one spot, whether it be from EC to personalized learning to MTSS to behavior, so that all resources are there with a click of a button for teachers, again, to make their days more manageable. And I'll finish with, again, the goal is to increase educator preparedness, and that is a lofty goal because our teachers already have a lot that they need to be prepared with. So again, you'll see a lot of the stuff in this part of the strategic plan is to support and strengthen the work that the teachers and all educators do in our schools, to not be one more thing, but to enhance the learning that goes on in our classrooms and throughout our buildings.
Thank you, Josh. Thanks, Heath and Diana and Tim, for your presentation. You know, board, remember we started this process back really in the spring, started in the summer, continuing now in the fall. I mean, when this is finished, this will be a good working document for us to craft, and really I hope that you see the kinds of metrics that we're trying to evaluate the success each year, where we want to get. I am optimistic by nature. I'm also realistic in knowing we may not reach all of our goals every year, but our goal is to get as close to that 5-year mark when we can reevaluate our success at the end of the 5 years. And these are, I think, realistic goals. We always could be better. We always could strive to have a higher number, but we also want to make it manageable and feel like we can have some success in the activities that we're trying to do. So I appreciate the work that everyone's put into it thus far, and look forward to your comments and your feedback.
Thank you. Next, we have the federal budgets. Ms. McCrow.
What I did for you tonight was I did a summary of the federal budgets by the PRCs so that you could see how much money we have in our federal budgets. It's part of the series of breaking down our budgets so you guys can see. Some of our programs we have already gotten from the federal government. Some of them we're still on a carryover basis because we still, as of today, do not have a budget from the state or partial from the federal. The 017 is our budget for this year. The 049 is a carryover. 050 is our budget. 060 is our budget. The 103 is our budget. 104, 105, and then 111, 118, 119, and then the rest of them are all carryover budgets. Now the 163 to 181 are our CARES and ESSER money that we've gotten because of COVID. And those are all in a carryover state because they were programs that we applied for either at the beginning of year before last or last year. And they have either an expiration date of 2022 or 2024. The programs that Heath was talking about that we will apply for this year will have an end date of 2024 or 2025, depending on the limitations of the budget. So these come from the federal government. Like I said, we have gotten some of them we're still in a carryover mode. They do drop down the carryover so that we can continue this year with our programs until our regular budgets come. So we're able to function with that and not have to switch funding sources. I just wanted to give this to you as a reference of how much federal money we have this year so far, and we'll be getting some others in. We'll put them in through budget amendments.
Any questions?
If I could just make one statement about the budget, I did get yesterday, and this is not on the agenda, but I did get yesterday some information that said that the legislative leaders in both chambers have come to an agreement on the compromised budget, and it will be presented to the governor. It has not been released to the public as of today, and the final budget will likely be voted on the next 2 weeks. So they have not presented it to the governor yet, but it should be going there soon because apparently they have reached a secret compromise.
Thank you.
Next, we have the budget timeline for 22-23. Dr. Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, board, per our policy 8100, I'm supposed to present to you a timeline of the budget plan by October 15th. And so you have that with you tonight to really kind of outline, similar to what we did last year, with the idea of getting feedback, even though this year is going to be slightly different because of the compromise we came to with the commissioners to kind of keep our funding static. What my plan for you is really to kind of get feedback from the groups here. You see the Teacher Advisory Council, which is this week, Principal Support Service, Instructional Services, basically any director in the district, you all and leadership, to kind of get what is it that we need to change of our priorities for next year, even though we still have the fixed number and we know what we have to operate within the means. What is it that we may need to shift around or take off or move it down the road or rethink, or those kind of things to modify from the existing plan. And so with that, you can see we'll revisit this in November, we'll revisit this in December, and you can see that I'll have a proposal to bring to you in February. Kelly and I have already set our joint meeting for March the 17th. Actually, that was his request date in his cycle for all of their budget preparation within the county. That will be, at that point, a presentation of this is how we're going to spend the money. And then April 7th, if we needed another date to come back to discuss anything, any changes out of the woodwork that may need to come up, we have that date set aside. So again, little slight change to our previous years, knowing we have a different working parameter to stay within this year, but nonetheless, there's the timeline for your consideration.
Any questions on the timeline? Move forward to budget items for consideration.
So speaking of that, we just, as I mentioned in our working, in our strategic plan time, on your blue sheet for this, I'm starting off with y'all for you to be able to give me your feedback on the Google form link that Kathy's prepared for y'all. It'll dump your thoughts into a spreadsheet for us to maintain y'all as a group. If you have any priorities that you want us to make sure that either we continue, revamp, add new, drop, that kind of stuff, give me your thoughts on this budget document, and I'm asking if you can have this completed. Get my calendar up. I had in mind a date, because I would like to kind of bring a culmination. If you look back on the timeline, a culmination. I'm going to spend the month of October really meeting with everybody to bring stuff back to y'all on November the 2nd. I would like y'all's input to be included in the general feedback that I bring back to you on the 2nd. So if I could have your thoughts by October the 20th, that would be preferable if you can give me your feedback in that Google Doc link by October the 20th. Okay? And as last year, most of you hit 3 to 5 items. Don't feel that you have to stay to that. You can add more, you can add less. I just hope that all of you will contribute.
Any questions for Dr. Allen on that? We have the communications protocol plan. Ms. Hebner?
November 2nd. Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Okay, so we'll table that till November the 2nd.
Emails, I'd still just like a clarification on how we respond to those, or when the board gets an email, how do we respond to it? Or does someone take the lead on that when it's a teacher asking a question or a parent asking questions? Because I still hear that that people aren't getting answers.
So when it's a specific thing that I can give an answer for that's concrete in nature, I will respond and give y'all a carbon copy of the response. I will say in the Facebook generated, everybody has the same message. In that scenario, I've chosen not to respond to many of them because it is a thank you for your response, because there's no answer that's going to satisfy the masses. And so in that scenario, I defer to, because a lot of it is when they send it to the group instead of me personally. I kind of know that this is a fine line that we all answer based upon our own point of view. And when you answer, I think it needs to be, if you feel inclined to answer, that this is from me as an individual, not me as a representative of the whole group. So I agree with you. We haven't responded to many of them because in that scenario, don't know how to respond to some of their stuff, because a lot of it is expression without a lot of what are you going to do to fix it. And in a scenario where a lot of it is a lose-lose, how do you go along doing that? I don't know. And I also will know that I could do better, but I also know that some of the stuff that was presented to us is sometimes just to let them vent versus asking for an answer. Because an answer is an absolute, and some of the stuff we're presented with is very gray. This is, a lot of that is sent to the board, so I'll be glad to. Excuse me?
Could Mark call us?
About?
Call you or text you.
Anything. Whatever he tells you, text us. Okay?
Call me and text me. I always answer.
He'd be the go-between us and him.
Are we talking about the response?
The emails?
We're just talking about
The emails?
response to emails.
Response to
Yes.
anything.
What would your suggestion be, Myra, that you'd like to see done?
Well, first of all, when somebody sends an email, especially employee or parent, or I think it's important that somebody acknowledges it, whether it is just, I hear you, or what. But if it's questions, specific questions, I think they need to be answered. If it's to a certain department, one of them was about electives at North Lincoln Middle School, and the lady said she had sent it many times and didn't get a response. So finally today I said, did you get a response? And she said no. So I asked Dr. Belcher if I could send it to him. Just, that's one example. Teachers in the classroom, I think I sent that one to the board. The one specific example.
I think you've got to be careful with the board answering teachers in the classroom, because then you're falling under HR responsibilities. So some of those are very gray for us as board members, and especially depending on what it's going to be. Because ultimately, if depending on the nature, it could come back to the board in other avenues. And so we've got to.
But someone within that has that responsibility should be answering the emails. I've just built a successful business in one of them for 20-some years. When somebody sends you an email, you respond to it. And as a parent, if I could send an email to the school and I don't get a response, of course it would upset us. So you can imagine if we don't respond to parents and teachers.
I do answer a lot that I feel need a response as an individual. And I'm sure you do too, because I've seen as you forward them or they've sent it back to the board, you've answered them. And it's apparent that somebody has gotten to them. They just weren't happy with the response. I know that happened here recently as well. And so there's a lot of emails received that, to me, I'm not going to stoop to issue a response the way they're written. Because we teach everybody to be kind and courteous, and we have received some not so nice emails. And I don't feel that I owe anybody a response that's going to put it on paper, some of the things they're saying.
But if it's questions, is somebody going to answer the questions, specific questions?
I think it
Can you give an example?
Well, I can give a lot of examples. I can send them to you if you like.
Let's do it and do this again in December.
Yeah.
November.
I just think communication builds a stronger board and a stronger group, And that's what I want to,
So, Ms. Evans, are you looking for there to be one person that does all this, or are you saying that, or do you have permission to answer those as you see you can?
no, I'm not gonna answer on behalf of the board because I can't, but I don't want to, what's wrong, Tony?
I said the same thing, I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna
I
answer
just
because
want to
I'm
know
not-
if somebody has a
This is a
question,
board.
that somebody's gonna answer them, just like a protocol, if it's about electives or, I think maybe in the beginning when I first started, there was this sheet that was in one of my packets that had who to send what questions, or maybe I could just forward it to that person if they say they don't get a response, or.
Yeah, and sometimes they send things to y'all by name, and sometimes it's to the group. And Kathy and I try to, if I see she's left off, she logs all of the emails that come to the board, but sometimes they put it to you individually and they don't send it to her, so she doesn't get that to log, and vice versa. Some I'm left off of, and some that y'all get. So we've tracked all of those. Some of those, I'll call them copy and paste messages that y'all got. Rusty and I got blitzed on another one from somebody posted that disagreed with our actions, and it's the same email, just a different sender. Rusty got another one of those on his own without me about protocols, COVID, stuff like that. One thing, though, that, and hear me say, I understand what you're saying about good communication, and we preach good communication, but there's also something to be said with, in that scenario where we get dogged down in the amount of time answering the specific details sometimes when it is going to be a contest of wheels, so to speak, to prove a point, that we have to make a decision about do we choose or not to choose in that scenario. We choose to sometimes post a generic message on our Facebook that can answer some of the pointed directives sometimes, that can counteract some of the generic commentary without getting to the individual responses to every one of them. And we've done that in some of the cases recently, within the last month.
I think too, some of this is speaking from, if we spin it back to the business world, the solicitations that we get emails all the time. I mean, you don't answer all of those, because they're just asking you to continuously, you want to buy this product, and they'll personalize it out, but it's a solicitation for a response that is yes to buy something, and I think that's the copy and paste email mentality. It's just a solicitation to go that way.
Speaking of what Dr. Allen put in his weekly communication to his administrative staff about customer service, he was telling who we are to communicate to our community, to our stakeholders. So as a board, I was just trying to be on the same page as that. So that's what you're speaking
It
to,
is,
our team.
but
So
I'll
I want
say-
to speak the same language because I just want to be on board with what you're leading us with.
One of those, I'll call it copy and paste campaigns, said we will do this until we will blow your email up every day until we get our way.
Yep.
In that scenario, then call me defiant in a way, but fine, blow my email up. If your initiative,
I'm not talking about
I know, but
those.
this is just a good framework of kind of the context here. Is that if that's your initiative, is just to annoy me until I give in to your request, then I can be just as dogmatic in my conviction to not reply. But if you want to get a good dialogue going, if you want to make it productive and meaningful, then I'm all in. But if you do it with a motive and an ulterior attitude that comes contrary to being productive,
I just want to align with what you're saying to the leadership team and principals, administration. I just want to be on the same page you're speaking.
I'm with you.
Are you looking for, like, whenever something happens, like, let's use the mask going optional as an example,
Do something else.
then, are you looking for a statement from Dr. Allen that we should be putting in an email?
I'm asking him pretty much when he tells his team what customer service is, what do we expect, what customer service? I don't know what to give back. I'm more addressing specific questions that I hear that they never get an answer back. That's the only thing that
I think
concerns me.
that sometimes there's a lot of conversation that happens maybe here in this building that we just don't know about. I know that there was one specifically that we kept getting emails about, and digging in a little deeper, there was a lot of conversation that had happened here with this particular parent that we just didn't know about. I will say personally, I thought we had talked a lot about communication, in December when we first sat down together, and then we've talked about the email situation. I mean, it's been, I don't remember what month it was, but I remember us saying that, we were going to respond individually if we felt it appropriate. I will say that I responded back to most of the emails that I received until, much like Mark said, some of them were just, I've never been called some of the names and have been.
I was in there too.
It was just, it gave me pause about humanity. And I think to see that our community will stoop to that level to get their way, it is disheartening. So I'm with Mark and I'm with Aaron. I will respond. I will have dialogue with you. We can talk all day long as we're respectful. I struggle when we start name calling. I think every issue that we receive needs to be addressed when we can be respectful and kind. I feel for the folks that have gotten lost in the mix of all this who have legitimate issues. But as a board member, it becomes real difficult to sift and sort whenever we get the copies and paste. And I dread opening my email. When I'm done with this, y'all gonna have to send me a letter in the mail, because I'm not having an email. This has been just something to process. And in the process of being a board member, to be a parent and to be a wife to my husband, and to go on with just regular life. So I want to reply to everybody, and I would love to have a general statement to everybody, but I don't think all 7 of us are going to have the same statement. I mean, that's my struggle. What do you say? What do we say besides, I received your email, thank you for expressing your thoughts and concerns. I did that. And then I got follow-up emails with all kinds of stuff. So that's where, for me, I struggle, because I'm with you. I'm an over-communicator. I want to communicate. But how do we have the same voice when we don't agree? We don't even agree to sit in the same room without having snarky comments with each other. I mean, how do we have the same voice and the same message whenever we can't even sit in this room and agree on something? And at times be cordial to one another. So I'm all for a unified voice. I think that would be fantastic, because I do agree, Myra, everybody deserves a response.
I'm just asking for a protocol because I don't know what to do. That's what I'm
And I
not
think
trying to
that's the
write
thing
it.
is
I'm just
I don't know
for
that there is a
somebody to tell me
protocol.
what to do.
I don't know that there is a protocol that's going to fly, because other than you send your response and Joan sends her response and Heather and Mark and whoever else. I want to understand, is your expectation for Mark to send?
Well, I guess what's happened all these years, I don't know. I just want to know what the protocol is.
I don't know if there is a protocol.
Okay.
So I've been winging it, just like you. I reply and hope people just don't get nasty.
Aaron,
any
would
more
you
than
work
they
on
are.
that for us, okay? Aaron, you work on that.
We do
Yes,
have,
ma'am.
and we do,
problem,
and I want to
right
say,
there.
we do have a policy related to complaints and what are to be done with complaints and who they're supposed to be forwarded to, and forwarded up to the chain of command for the questions like that. There have been numerous occasions where I've received emails and I have forwarded them to Dr. Belcher and said, I'm copying Dr. Belcher on this for convenience for you, for the person that had emailed me. So there is a policy about what to do with complaints and who to send those to. I do agree with Ms. Sutton that for the situation we've been in currently, And being new board members, you've not lived through this, fortunately. But last October, before you were on the board, we got inundated with emails as well because we chose to send kids back to school 5 days a week when we could, when the state said we could for K-5. And so it was a very much inundated with emails. And so this does occur at times. And I do think it is hard because, much as Ms. Sutton said, I started off in the beginning when we started getting these, saying, thank you for your email, appreciate you sending it, or appreciate you reaching out, or thank you for your email. To make an attempt, because we were getting so many, to make an attempt to say, I have read your email, right? To let them know I'd read it. Not that I could give them a full response or answer any of their questions or make it okay for them or any of those things. And then I too received back, well, and I said, appreciate your email, but did you read it? Would be the next response. And, and I would respond and say, well, I was just attempting to let you know I had read your email, but did you? And so there becomes this time where you do, as a board member, I think, have to discern for yourself based on how that email came or who worded it, if you're going to engage in that back and forth, or if you're going to say, thank you for your email, or not respond at all. And I think as a board member, these are things that you're going to be faced with ongoing when there are legitimate questions about my child and this happening or whatever. We do have to forward that and should forward that to the proper administrative team in our response. Even if it comes to all the board members, if it comes to LCBoE address, then Ms. Gates gets that, and I think our team has done a good job with those specific questions of copying us on that, and we made that clear when we talked at our December meeting, when we all, or 5 of us got together and, had that meeting or came to that meeting and talked about what communication was going to look like and what, Dr. Allen was going to respond and that sort of thing. So it is difficult, and I understand your questions for sure. I just think each situation is unique, in the time that we're in right now, and everything surrounding that is a very unique situation as well for boards, not just our board, but every board in the United States at this point. So
if it's questions and they haven't received a response, I just forward it to Mark or Dr. Allen. If somebody says they didn't receive a response.
If you know it's instructional thing, you can forward it to Heath or myself. I mean, you don't have to fish it back through me and Mark if you know where it needs to go. If it's a transportation issue, send it to Leanne and copy Eric. I mean, those are things that you know where to send those if you feel that that's where you can be inclined. And sometimes that means they'll get it 2 and 3 times, and that's okay, because if y'all are sending it to them, and if I send it to them first, then I'll copy y'all to let you know that it's been forwarded on to them to respond on behalf, because there is an answer that we can give them, operationalized answer that is not based on board's decision. It's based in policy.
I think a lot is the same one that we got this week with the air conditioning unit would be a good example, and the follow-up that happened.
In which I did not get that one, because that person did not send that one to me. And so once I was made aware of that yesterday, then that's when I sent the response out, because I was not aware of that situation.
Anything else? And potential consent agenda items: approval of minutes for the board work session of September the 7th, the board meeting for September the 14th. We do have a budget amendment, Ms. McCraw.
State has said that we can purchase this year, and has the debt service payment that debt service comes from the state as well. So it is a no economic effect on our budget, or financial burden either, but we do get buses, so we do have to report it. So I will need for that to be an action item for next week.
Any questions on that budget amendment? And we have personnel recommendations. Is anyone opposed to adding the traffic pattern improvements and the remote instruction plan into the consent agenda items? Then you had action item for strategic plan, but if that's gonna continue, maybe open.
So the action there was if you felt like it was acceptable to move on, but I feel I want to pull it back and make that information action for second meeting in November.
Anything else to come before the board tonight? No?
I did have
Yes, ma'am.
a classified employee ask about if they were getting a raise.
Don't know.
2 weeks to budget, they show up. Who knows?
We gotta
Hey,
see
I
what's
said
in
I
the
would
budget.
mention
Unless the teachers quit, who knows?
We'll know when the budget's passed.
There's a
Make
couple
a motion
people that
to
know, but
adjourn.
we're not the. Now, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make the motion.
Motion, Ms. Avery.
Second.
Second, Ms. Sutton. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're now